story. Now you're
No, I'm recording out the entire time.
No, because you guys don't even know what you're talking about.
Is different.
Jim and I said that the youth vote went out for Republicans.
What was the 2020 vote? 2020 vote? Give us side by side.
No, the percentage went up from 10% 2020 to 2024.
Okay.
Substantially. The 10% change.
Matthew!
You guys are using the wrong word.
Matthew!
You know.
Matthew, I hear you're getting paid.
People that show up at the polls.
I hear you get paid for your bullshit.
You have 100 people show up.
People say you get paid.
Go back to 20.
What you think about that, Matthew?
Right. That's different. No comment.
People think you get paid for being a grifter on here. I think you're just stupid, but, you know, maybe I'm stupid and you do get paid.
I don't know. Anything's possible.
I like you, but I think, you know, if I were to give you free access to my university, I don't even know if you would appreciate it, let alone, you know, utilize the information. I mean, I don't think you would probably use it in your business. I think you're actually probably very standoffish and particular, if I'm correct.
No.
No?
No. Pretty easygoing, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I really am.
Well, are you open to alternative ideas?
I like all sorts of ideas.
So you would never...
That's why I come on here, yeah.
So you're a scientist. I mean, you do chemistry, you know, you do formulas. But my question to you is, you know, if you consider yourself a scientist, Kevin, welcome, you know, what experiments are you running?
I don't consider myself a scientist. I consider myself an artisan. An artisan, yeah. Hey, Kevin.
But you don't think that that's science? I mean, you're running simulations with your artistry.
I am. I enjoy it. I like mixing different things together and then coming up with new perfumes. It's fun.
Kevin, what's good? How are you doing?
Doing all right.
I'm good. I've been reading a book all day, chopping it up into 50-second bits on YouTube. It's called The Fish. Have you ever heard of it?
I have not.
It's so funny. It was written 100 years ago, and it's like roasting pandemics, epidemics, vaccinations 100 years ago, making fun of it. The people were...
How is it like the perspective of a fish?
The fish is the secret symbol of Jesus Christ, or Anubis Jesus, which is the ancient deity, so Osiris, or the motif of the dying god.
How does it draw like the correlation from way back then to now?
To Jesus?
No, to make fun of like vaccines and stuff.
Oh, they were pulling the same scams back then. You know, it's a class society. If you were in the medical industrial complex, you used to wear a white coat and were considered the elite cream of the crust. Supposedly the same way today, but we all know that that's just not true. That medicine today is not what it was 100 years ago. You know, you could say it got better, but it's making fun of vaccines. You know, you know what's funny is it's like 100 years ago. You know, they say like our lifespans have gone up, but I would say that people, you know, if you look at the people like in the 1860s and 70s who lived into their hundreds, those people seemed untouched, and the reason why they lived so long is because they didn't have unnecessary medical intervention.
Perhaps, I don't even know.
But this is an extreme Trump derangement syndrome therapy group of individuals who, in my opinion, focus their attention too much on Donald Trump. And I think Matthew is attracted to the room because he recognizes in himself an unnatural tendency, or perhaps an unbeneficial tendency, to focus too much on the news cycle or what people are saying about Trump or what Trump is saying. So Because the whole thing is, it's your game, meaning like you've got so many hours to live, and it's your choice on what you want to think about, what you want to consume, what you want to talk about. So, I create this room to try to get people to enlighten themselves of Trump and to transcend Trump so that you can individually do personal development. And
what does that mean, transcend Trump?
meaning too many people's attention economy is the Trump attention economy as opposed to the Matthew attention economy. Meaning that, yes, you might want to talk about Trump because that's what you want to focus on, but I'm merely suggesting that it's not beneficial for you. It's the opposite of personal development.
Yeah, I think it's, I don't know. I mean, 700 ICE agents are going out of Wisconsin. I think that's a good thing. I think it's good to put pressure on Trump and all his weird friends because they're trying to concentrate power. They're even pissing off billionaires, other billionaires. So he's got a lot of attention on him, and I think he's running into the limits of his power, which is a good thing.
Well,
And
Why is that
my
a good thing? You don't want him to kick out all these illegals?
No. For me, that's not really the point. I mean, look, in the past, right? I love history. If you look in the past, the tyrants took power by controlling information. So that's one thing that they always did since the beginning of time.
Well, Matthew, point of order, when you control information, you control the attention economy, but it's still subjective whether or not that information is really anything to be controlled to begin with. People do this all the time, Matthew. They offer up these false examples, and it's got nothing to do with anything. It's just something to say in order to focus the attention.
Well, I mean, to answer your question, Kevin, the information is like basically using fear and dividing people. And
Do you think they're afraid of?
I think he wants to.
Guess what? You're right. That was his favorite. But you know what? Let's talk about Trump because there's a lot worse shit. There's a lot worse shit that happened to that.
So, well, where was the outrage? Where was the outrage?
There was a lot of people that were outraged. That's like, man, that's
I
like.
didn't see protests.
Of course. Guess what? You don't come in these rooms. You know, I just said I don't see Johnny.
No, I said protests.
You didn't see the outrage amongst Democrats because your algorithm. You got MAGA out.
I wouldn't just.
So there was outrage. I was in these rooms.
Clubhouse like 1%.
Everywhere. If you turned on the news media,
Oh,
you had people that were highly upset with what Biden did. It was all over national media, social media. There was many Democrats that were upset with Biden for not having stepped down and making this happen. So of course, if you didn't get outrage,
Okay, that's fair. So like me, if I was like angry about that, like I would want to make sure that I was railing up more Democrats, like getting them hyped up. We need to get.
Yeah, but that's because, man, you don't understand that the bigger priority was beating Trump.
I know.
And so people who actually care about politics aren't gonna, you're repeating yourself saying the same thing over and over. If you have another point, or you're gonna repeat it a third or fourth or eighth time.
I mean, I could, but you didn't get a chance.
people begin
Okay, well, you're repeating yourself a lot.
trust in
But
the
go.
institutions.
Okay, so
I
the
understand that.
bottom line is that Republicans were more excited to vote, and that was apparent. And Democrats were not. So who is more excited and more engaged in wanting to vote?
Sort of like a video
Shut
behind.
up.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Hypocrite.
How?
You literally just said.
The
You
people that were
literally
engaged
just
to
said
vote.
you felt bad. No.
That's
You
very important.
literally said you felt bad that people weren't given the opportunity to vote for Harris because of what Biden did. And now it's because we weren't as excited.
That's not what I said. You have the opportunity to vote for Kamala. No, you all could have showed up on voting day and voted.
To concentrate power.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Like artificial intelligence, data tracking, and social media, they can really
Okay, Matthew, point of
What
order.
people see.
Point
Think
of
if
order,
you're-
moderator speaking. Matthew, I want to interrupt you and ask you a question. You know,
Yes.
we were talking about the silver fish and that book Fish earlier, and so Trump exhibits a lot of mercurial tendencies.
Yes, I agree.
What are some of Trump's dark tendencies of power or magic even? Like how do you rate him? How do you analyze him in terms of his uh, power? Because some people say he can silo or do um, compartmentalization, and that's like his power. So like, what do you think his power is?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really, really good point. Um, so let me give you an example. So where I live, I come from southern Ontario, right? Actually, a small town called Harrow, just south of Windsor. And in our hometown, we have, I think it's the 8th richest person in all of Canada and the United States. These are the Zuckerman family. Largest steel magnate family in all of North America. They own Atlas too, right? And for Trump's first term in office, Barry, old man Zuckerman, he actually gave some money to Trump. I think 10 or 100,000, whatever, pennies for him. And he supported Trump because he thought, man, Trump's in it for business. He's going to help business for everyone.
First thing
Now,
I'd like to,
here's
because I know there
where
is
I'm
no
going to answer your question. How does Trump concentrate power, right? So the thing about what Barry Zuckerman does and Atlas too is he's got factories in Ontario as well as Michigan, and he's got factories also in Illinois and Chicago and other places too, I think. So in order to make any piece of machinery, he actually has to ship large pieces of steel back and forth across the border several times, right? And so good people, Windsor, the blue collar workers, a lot of them work both in Windsor and in Detroit for the same company. They work in factories or in management. They cross the border all the time. And Barry's very upset, and so are a lot of people like him because Trump said, okay, I'm going to do the tariffs thing, right? So the tariffs thing came in, and now Barry has to pay a fucking fuckload of tariffs. And he has a choice. He has two choices. Barry can shut down the factories in Ontario and then move them all into the States, or he can wait for Trump to go out of office and then possibly things will change, right? Either way, what Trump's done by doing this is Trump's concentrated power. He's stripped Barry and other people like him power away from him because they're being punished in a way of speaking. So now they have to win favor for Trump. For any, it used to be like a given, okay, trade across the borders, no problem, some small tariffs, whatever, whatnot. Everybody knew what was going to happen. So this is one example of how Trump's managed to concentrate power.
Okay, I mean, I would agree. You don't think that the country and the state it's in requires like a firm-handed leader to sort of just, maintain order, even if, there's all sorts of horrible implications aside from that by supporting it?
What do you mean?
He's a necessary evil?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think you can bring changes into a country, into a democracy, and you can bring in the right changes in a very tactful way. Like someone was giving the example that, maybe Obama or other presidents previous to Trump had actually rejected or kicked out more illegal immigrants than Trump did, right? I'm not sure exactly how truthful this is or not.
That's way too cold.
Okay, so, but, yeah. But as far as I understand, most of these people were kicked out right around the border area, like were trying to come in. Yeah. And then there wasn't this kind of show of people knocking on people's doors and saying, hey, I'm gonna kick you out of the country. So my assumption is that, similar steps could be taken in a more tactful way where people don't lose trust. Because I think, Kevin, one of the things that if you want to try to build a society is...
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order.
Yeah.
Okay, Matthew, I want to ask you another question. Do you think that you're a political person, Matthew?
No, I'm neither left nor right, but I love history.
Okay, you are not a political person. Now, my follow-up question to you is, you know, you got an awful lot of political opinions for someone who is not political. And so I would just say that, you know, you're kind of disingenuous or dishonest with yourself, meaning that when I ask you, are you political, but yet you're on this fucking conference call 24/7 talking about Trump and you're in a Trump derangement therapy support group, to say you're not interested in politics is like maybe your problem, meaning that you're in denial of what your focused conscious attention is on. And you can't admit it.
I am interested in it. I guess I am interested in it. But I wouldn't put myself as a leftist or rightist. It really depends on the issue. My whole thing, if I was ever a politician, my goal would be to create a higher society. Yeah.
You wouldn't put it like even like close to a 60-40. You're right down the middle.
No. It depends on like what the issue is.
Oh, I understand, but he was asking you in general. Like, would you fall on the left or the right?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
So that's why I went to. Are you serious? You really don't know? Like, you're
No, I don't know.
right down the middle. All right.
I wouldn't say that I'm even down the middle.
We got John. Wait, let's try to make space for John because John Malencrot
Sounds great.
has extreme Trump derangement syndrome. And wait, Matthew, I've got a follow-up question for you because this is what is the background of that question about whether or not you think you're political. Is there's a saying in Buddhism or in philosophy that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. So I think you and your perspective is part of that perfection. I agree with it, but my perspective is the opposite of your perspective, and therefore we get this balancing act of there's not a speck of dust. So meaning that in the political sciences or in social sciences, Trump won. There's this book like How to Win Jury Trials, and it's about not activating this internal memory of what is called like the reptile mind, like the primordial inner workings of our brain which don't want to be disturbed. And there are ways to activate parts of our brain through communication which disturb us. And in the end, can result in political victory.
Hey, John, come on up.
It's herd psychology, anyways. I'm just saying, Matthew, so how do you rationalize that sentiment that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the universe? Because you think Trump's position in the government and being the number one guy is out of place with what should be.
Yeah, I think Trump's primarily objectives is to concentrate power for him and a very small circle of people. Yeah.
Do you know who this is, right, Matthew?
Hey, John.
You know who March is?
Oh, yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Matthew, do you know who John is?
Performance artist.
Matthew, do you know who John is? The guy that just asked about John. John.
Yes.
John Malencrot. I don't have anything personal against anybody on this app. I just went to the gym. I had a great dinner. I'm feeling like $1 million. It's been days since I've been to the gym. And John, have you noticed that after people work out, they got all this extra endorphin and oxytocin, etc., all these kind of feel-good chemicals in their body, John. I'm just saying, I don't think Trump, when he sucks down a Diet Coke and eats 2 cheeseburgers and has McDonald's French fries, like he feels that great. But maybe he does. I don't know. Some people thrive off of McDonald's. I don't know how that's possible. It's like eating cardboard, formed into the shape of a food. I saw they took a blowtorch to a burger. They couldn't even actually damage it. It's like that. There's those many chemicals infused into the food. Anyways, John, this room is a response room to all of the Clown House Trump complaint rooms because I've relabeled Clubhouse the Complainium. And I think this is just like an online storage conference call space for people to upload their complaints. What do you think about that?
I see it differently. You know, I'm Canadian, but I'm kind of really proud that a lot of people are standing up to Trump. Like, you Americans are good people in that way.
Well, John just wrote another Kitover come to block, and I think that that could be the appropriate response for certain people, for people who aren't, you know, easily upset. I read a lot of philosophy, and the whole thing, and even if you go through the military, the whole thing is a personal development thing, essentially, so your emotions don't get the best of you. And I just like to play that foil for people who don't see how emotions and spirituality are, you know, connected and part of education.
Hey, so what's your opinion, Kevin? The ICE stuff, I guess.
My opinion is it's likely very ineffective in making America safer, and is a pandering show of force to cater to a racist base that wants to see this, who feels they're being replaced, and the replacement theory has a lot of Americans scared.
Yeah, I think there's a small group of people, maybe 5% of people that think that, quite a hardcore group of people.
You guys live in a real bubble. Do you, gentlemen, do you think you live in a bubble?
No.
You don't think you live in a bubble with that attitude?
No.
Do you live in security, gentlemen? Do you have comfort and abundance and security in your life?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
So what is a bubble? When I say a bubble, I mean you guys don't have to go outside of your bubble. You can comfortably stay in your bubble. That's what I mean when do you live in a bubble? So I'll ask you again. Do you live in a
I
bubble?
have a job. And I go out to society all the time.
Okay, but you're not like, you know, struggling to survive. You're comfortable, very comfortable.
I must work, and that is always on my mind. And I'm not more than a decade away from being retired. So there's still many ducks I am trying to get in a row. I am functioning comfortably, but I have day-to-day anxieties of any working person.
I'm only asking these questions because if you were murdered, you know, and your friends were upset that you got brutally murdered by an illegal alien from Ecuador or from Colombia or from Argentina or even Venezuela. It doesn't matter where, my friend. Does not matter where you were. Doesn't matter who killed you or where they came from. I'm only asking you because you said that it is the bigoted supporters of Trump who want to see this violent anger of, you know, they want to fight back against the replacement party. And I'm just saying that if I were to show you a collage of the hundreds of innocent Americans, young women out on jogging, murdered by some guy from Mexico who wasn't supposed to be here, but he was here working. And
please change my mind. My hand is out to you. I'd like to see this collage.
Oh, I can show you the collage. I've got the collage. Many pictures. Many victims.
I'm open.
Many. Every weekend there's new victims. Did you know that? Every single weekend, new victims.
I am not aware of this. That's
Oh,
why I'm asking you.
That's why I was asking if you guys lived in a bubble. Because I get the feeling that with your JOB that you gotta keep doing for at least 10 years, you know. I'm just saying, Kevin, I think you guys live in a bubble. I think you gentlemen live in a bubble, and it's just my theory and opinion.
Can I express something?
Maybe to your definition of a bubble, if it's your definition, I'd like to agree with your definition of a bubble. What would be an example of not living in a bubble, March? Could you kind of describe that to me and I can aspire for that?
No, I'm not saying living. I think living in a bubble is a very reassuring and comfortable feeling. I've lived in many bubbles.
You're living in the real world.
March, you're in a bubble?
I live in a big bubble. I am a bubble.
Sure.
That's what the Buddha said. The Buddha said, be like a bubble. He says that in the sayings of the Buddha.
I'd like to talk to you about something for a second. I think this idea that John's playing with, it's a really dangerous idea.
Well, if you
because
take it no
let me
very much against straight white men because they commit the overwhelming majority of homicides, sexual assaults, and batteries. I mean, overwhelming. It's not even close. I would side-eye every straight white man you ever saw, but of course not. Taking their own standards and applying them to themselves never happens. That's why I honestly think it's replacement theory.
Yeah, so playing with hatred. Yeah, playing.
I call it maybe broflakes instead of snowflakes.
So, yeah, allow me 1 second here. So, playing with hatred is like a really dangerous thing to do. I think.
Hold on, point of order, moderator speaking here. I'm not playing with hate.
Yeah.
Hold on, point of order, moderator.
John, you.
Moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order. Hold on a second. I'm merely suggesting that we are so far out of whack, meaning that every weekend in Chicago, when 20 people get shot and get killed, in a normal society, murder and these types of things should be very rare, especially in a super developed society.
I agree.
So, all I'm trying.
Normal society, is it?
I'm trying to say.
Murder areas, you have poverty and proximity. It's a
Point of order, moderator. I'm just trying to say that if I'm like searching my equilibrium, I know that there is so much disequilibrium that we have to always be well aware that life is like a miracle in the sense that you can get taken at any moment, and every weekend 30 people in the city I live in get murdered with guns, get sprayed. Today I can show you a video right now of 4 people who got sprayed with machine guns in the city of Chicago today.
It's crazy.
And it's 4 young African Americans running around with fully automatic weapons. That to me looks like a goddamn war zone. And so if we don't respond as if it's a fucking war zone, well, when will it ever be contained?
Right, but will you hear me out for a second, John? I agree completely with you that has to be fixed. And any sensible person would say, okay, that has to be fixed. The second point is like, what is the best methodology to do that? Certainly the ICE method, I feel is not the best way. And then also really fear-mongering is really bad. And also Trump, in my humblest of opinions, really seems to be spreading hatred. And I do want to make you aware, I've told you this a million times on this app, John, you are from a group of people that have been used as a scapegoat for so long. Well, John's Jewish.
For real?
Yeah.
I'm not Jewish, man. No, Matthew, point of order. You make assumptions, sir. I'm not Jewish. My mother's not Jewish. I am not Jewish. That is something that people love to put on me. I'm a baptized Christian, a black man at the YMCA. Dunked me under the water and gave me the Holy Spirit, Matthew. So stop going around and projecting your... Are you Jewish, Matthew?
So...
Hello?
Many people have told me that he is. I thought John himself told me that he is. I don't know what to believe with John because he jokes around, so...
Matthew, my mother's Christian. I grew up going to Catholic church. Are you... Matthew, can you hear me? Do you even listen? Do you just come on here to talk, or do you listen? Hello?
Okay, my point still stands. A lot of innocent people will be blamed when you allow conspiracy theories and hatred to run through a fucking society. So there are problems in the United States and in my country, Canada, as well. But they have to be addressed in the right way. That's my point, you know?
Well, I'm just saying that we have got... Things are so far from the 1950s America. I'm just saying things are so far in terms of...
That's a better discussion for sure, Kevin. Yeah, that's a good...
What was that? What did you say, Kevin?
I just wanted an idea of what would be the right way.
No, I mean, I like to play the devil's advocate, meaning that,
It's a good question, and it's important.
listen, part of finding out what is truth is being a far out devil's advocate, meaning that the performative individuals who can essentially be theatrical in their delivery really helps bring out what is truth or what we think is truth, or meaning,
I get it.
I mean, you guys will never meet me. This is literally just an experiment. I think every room is just an experiment on what your delivery is. I mean, I spent the whole day here reading books on Clownhouse by myself and recording it and then listening to the playback. And to me, that was far more enjoyable. It worked my brain in a way that I could never work it by listening to conversations on this app. So, it's my sister's birthday coming up. I bought her 3 books. I said, do yourself a favor, read them aloud, record yourself reading them, and listen to the playback, because the books are genius, And she's telling me she's got all these problems. I was like, well, show me something that you did to fix your problems. Read a book out loud and prove to me you read the book. A lot of people say they read a book, but they didn't read it, even if they read it silently. They didn't really comprehend what the fuck it's saying. And they didn't perform it. So when you read a book out loud, if you perform it, it's like real magic. Because now you're actually what you're reading. It unites object and subject in a way that, only a book and poetry, etc. can do. So that's part of also my complaint about people who want to talk about Donald Trump all day long. It's like, man, I got 100 other things we could talk about, and all you want to do is focus on Donald Trump and the news cycle? That fucking clickbait that they put out to draw your attention? It's like, there's a lot more important things to talk about, in my opinion.
What is that?
Why is that? Hello? Why is that? The whole thing is, you got hours to live. That's it. Well, how are you going to spend your time? Just complaining? I call it the complainium. It's an approach to communication. Meaning, what is your communication? Is it a complaint?
Reality's term is the better approach. It sounds like you don't like it, you would just ignore it and go kind of listen to good music instead.
I'm saying it's your choice to pick and choose what you want on your stage. It's your choice.
Of course. But a lot of people, have to be somewhat reactionary. I mean, if you see something horrible happen, you're going to have a visceral reaction to it. And if that happens a lot, then you're going to have a reaction a lot. If you do your best to not have that reaction by distracting yourself with, I don't know, reading a book to yourself, whatever you do, I mean, okay.
Well,
I for me personally, maybe I don't talk about Trump as much as...
okay, Kevin, you got 60 more seconds to complain, and then I'm going to submit my own complaint. Please proceed.
I'm not complaining.
Oh, you're not complaining?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what...
You don't think this is is this an opinion, though, or is it a fact?
This would be a fact about myself.
This is a fact, not an opinion, and it's not a complaint. Okay, please proceed with your facts.
This is a fact about myself. And I would prefer to face reality and react to reality in an organic, natural way. And I think that's super healthy. Do you disagree? Maybe. No, I don't know. Well, all right. Nice chat, I guess. Take care.
Okay, well, that was an example of extreme Trump derangement syndrome therapy. I hope you enjoyed our interactive, what you might call confrontation room, or I can't remember what they called it in the 60s. It was called what was it called? An experience room. Yes. confronting bias. Facts, not opinions or complaints. Bias like implies two points of view. But bias is often just one point of view to the diminishment of the other. We're going back into anonymous. House party.
Wait, see what thing flash?
He didn't say that shit.
Wait, see what thing flash? What are you talking about? What did he flash? He didn't have British flash. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you something, Kim. If I get a scuffle and the guy and I have 5 guys on me, both of his hands are on the ground, I see a gun on his hip, I'm not gonna shoot and kill him. No.
No, you're not. Now, if you get into a fight, then you
He wasn't fighting them.
No, they were fighting with him.
Oh my
Right?
God.
And it looked like the one guy.
Kim, this is why I do what I do.
I can't even. You just went to the Constitution.
You're being full of shit. You're being full
I'm
of
not
shit.
full of shit, man. I'm just trying to get my saw that y'all won't even let me.
You're right, because you're right. I have a problem with both of you. Kim,
That's not bullshit, but.
I hate your opinion so much that I can't even let you get that shit out. Because I think it's just the dumbest shit.
You're not even going to understand it.
Because there's nothing to understand. The video was clear as day. There was a lady, Kim, listen, that's why I'm so glad I stopped you from spewing your business talk earlier. Because quite frankly, the shit that you're about to say right now, you're a piece of shit. So bottom line is, if you watch the video, I'm saying it. So bottom line is, if you watch the video, well, I am judging you based off this conversation. So guess what? Bottom line is, if you watch the video, that man was trying to de-escalate because we have these cowboy fucking ICE officers. So that man went over there to try to de-escalate because those cowboy ICE officers were attacking a woman. A woman that was just standing there fucking recording.
I'm listening to you for a second. You just called me a piece of shit. This is amazing.
He was trying to stop, and then he gets in the middle. They slam to the ground. Both his hands are in front of him.
I'm sure I've ever called anybody
And then
in my life. This is nuts. Get over it.
Hey, there's a lead quiet.
Get over it. Get out your feelings. Get over it. I'm letting you show yourself to the world.
I don't care. I don't care. You mean nothing to me.
You told policing does not make a difference, son. Like, seriously, get over it. Wow. I sat here and said these guys need to be prosecuted for committing a crime. And they're not. That doesn't make a difference what you think should happen. What is happening is they're not being prosecuted. The Department of Justice already said they're not going to be prosecuted. So no matter what you say, the reality is, it's not happening.
And then why can't your brain put 2 and 2 together that the department is being told to behave this way?
So
These guys are being told to behave this way.
So you don't see me agreeing with you that, yes, they should be prosecuted. Yes, something should be happening right now. No, I don't agree with how it's being handled. Yet I'm being called a piece of shit. And the whole time I'm trying to sit here. I'm not changing.
You can use those. Here's the thing. You're a businessman. You can use those tactics on the next school. You can go ahead and use all those pity tactics with somebody else. That shit doesn't work on me. You clearly said the conversation was clear about my stance was that the entire department, they're out there. There's this demeanor about the department where they're out there treating people, immigrants, citizens alike, like fucking trash, like shit, and because there's no consequences, because nothing is being done, that people slowly, a little more, protest, whatever you want to call it, are amping up a little bit because nothing's being done about it. And every time time that conversation comes up, yeah, it's only one officer here or there. The typical fucking, that's a MAGA standpoint as far as I'm concerned. Oh yeah, it's just one here because you know what?
Not
You live in Lolly land.
How many more labels you gonna put
You
on?
live in Lolly fucking land. You live in Lolly land. You only see these little, one-offs. Just one here, one there. People need to be held accountable. People, if you're, like I said, that's how I said you're out of touch. People are literally standing on the sides of roads recording. They're literally, the time they do intermingle with these ICE officers is because these ICE officers are unhinged. And yes, they are putting their own lives in danger. But guess what? Somebody, unfortunately, has to fucking do it. Because if you notice, a lot of the time when people have intermingled themselves, they are risking their own lives. But they stop a lot of these ICE officers from doing some really bad fucking things. They have. You know, and unfortunately, nothing's being done at the federal level. They're encouraging this behavior. It's happening on a wide scale. And then I got to sit here and listen to you. Yeah, it's just one officer, one here, one there. It happens everywhere in every type of fucking job. Get the fuck out of here. This is the demeanor of the entire fucking force. Period. So like I said, I won't.
So I'm assuming nobody you know works for Department of Homeland Security.
No one I know. No, that I know of. No. The sick men get bad.
So sometimes,
Simply easy.
I work in cybersecurity, so I know a lot of people that work in different places, and I know for a fact that not everybody is 100% in agreement and alignment with what's going down and what's happening. And I know for a fact that people are trying, within the boundaries of the systems that they operate in, are trying to push back, right? And I'm just sitting here going, is there a different, in addition to, right, protest, please do, right, in addition to, what else can we be doing, right, to make it happen? That's all I'm
Yeah, but now you're switching it up because
I'm not switching it
you
up.
are, because now you're saying it's just one off.
I'm trying to avoid being
one off
a
there.
piece of thing because I'm not
No,
a piece
because
of thing.
I like to catch
And you're not.
bullshit.
Well,
I
no, I
like to
think.
catch people in bullshit.
How
You
about like?
literally said it was just
How about
one
like trying to
off
understand
here.
each other?
Okay,
Do you want me and you to be divided, or do you want me and you to try to meet in the middle and have some commonality?
No, there's no meeting in the middle. No.
There's
no.
Really?
No,
It's
not in this situation.
extreme
Absolutely not. There's no
awkward.
meeting in the middle. Like
You and I are human beings that are like trying to do
no,
better
they're
for
not.
our lives, better for our
No,
world.
this has nothing to do with being. You should be a human being. You should be a human being, and you should.
I am a human being.
Okay, so there is no meeting and a half here. There is no meeting and a half. There is no meeting halfway at human beings being treated like dog shit by people that we pay with our tax dollars.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
So meet you halfway. We're only talking about this.
me to understand me. I'm trying to meet you to understand you beyond the passion and all the verbal insults. And I've thrown zero insult at you, and I never will. Right? You're a child of God. Love it, believe it or not. That's the way I view you. That's who you are. Right? You're created by something much more powerful than I can ever dream of. So I'm not going to talk to you like that. I'm not going to stick a label on
Okay,
you.
I got you. Yeah.
Okay? And apparently the words I've been using have been eliciting a very emotional response. So I'm trying to adjust.
No, you can't adjust.
You.
See, this is the thing. You're not talking to a fool here. You see,
I don't think I'm talking to you.
Hold on.
You're obviously extremely
You
intelligent.
can persuade. Look. You probably do a great job at persuading your workers with bullshit. It doesn't work.
No.
You literally
I
said.
talk to people.
No. Stand 10 toes down. Don't switch it up. There is no changing your word. You said the shit that's happening with ICE is one-offs. There's one bad apple here and one bad apple there. I do not agree with that. There's nothing you can say to try to change your word. How are you going to change your words up from there being one bad apple here, one bad apple there? Tell me how you're going to change that up.
How am I going to change that up?
Without changing your stance.
During our conversation, you have convinced me, right, that is not the case. So I'm sitting here going, okay, I agreed with that. So am I allowed to change, sit here and say, hey, through our conversation,
No, because that's weird.
I'm appreciating.
That's weird. I appreciate you changing your
I know
stance.
that's weird.
But
Because we live in a time where we've been trained and we've been conditioned to say, I'm going to stand my ground, I'm going to die on this hill. And I think we forget there used to be a time in this country when I came here in the 80s where people were able to say, you know what, you're making a good point. Let me rethink of the way I'm doing the situation.
here's why. It shouldn't have taken JD in this evening to say this to you for you to come to this conclusion.
Why not? Everybody has a different moment where they
because Kim, there is no denying what has happened in these incidents.
I have never denied it.
Right. But you came to here saying, I'm changing my mind, and what we're saying is JD should not have said that for you to come to this conclusion and change your mind.
Well, should some reporter on the TV, a news thing, have changed my mind? I mean,
The reality of the situation should have given you the clarity of the moment.
Well, I shouldn't be reading that. I wasn't insulting you then. It's extremely awkward.
Based on the, I guess you're assuming that what I'm telling you is facts, because I am telling you facts, but you're taking it as fact. Then guess what? So in the beginning, when I said that you're naive to what's going on, or I don't know exactly.
you said a lot of things. You said a lot of
But
things.
that was one of them, right? That was one of them.
You were on tight, and I forgive you for it.
Yeah, that's fine. But bottom line is, look, it's a frustration. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but there is no debate to be had when it comes to dealing with people, with human lives like this. It's clear as day. It is irresponsible of you, right, to not see what's going on. It's irresponsible. Because guess what? You're supposed to be making rational decisions on your voting process, how you come on these stages and talk. It's irresponsible for you not to know what's going on and then take my word for it all of a sudden. It's irresponsible.
It's not all of a sudden, right? So I'm a smart. It's not irresponsible, right? What would be irresponsible is if I sat here all night and drew a line in the sand and fought you vehemently, called you names, put stickers on you, and eventually rage quit, right? I mean, that's what children do.
The fact that people were, the fact that ICE agents were clear as day on every social media platform, on the talks everywhere, have been harassing.
I don't live on social media. I think I come on Clubhouse every 45 days or so. Yeah, I don't think
then you shouldn't come on these spaces and have an opinion about something you don't know about. That's your responsibility.
I like to have debate because I learn through debate. I learn through arguments.
Yeah, but there's an audience listening and you try to come up here and say things are so and you really don't know they're so. Learning through argument is like when you're 13 years old. Like that is like, wait, hold on, okay, stop. Learning through argument.
I'm being cold.
But I will, let that go. Let that go. You're not gonna get over it. Hold on, aren't there? Kim, I apologize for using names. It is out of passion. I typically, people with your viewpoints on that, I don't typically go off like that because it's a still his vibes. Like, this is not a joking matter. You know what? I express myself so you understand that. And it may come off as an insult, but guess what? To me, so I do apologize for it, but guess what? To me, that's the little thing here. You supported this bullshit. You supported it. What's worse? Me calling you a fucking...
I've been questioning it.
Or you supporting...
I think from the very beginning, I agreed. I wish there was like a rewind button.
Okay.
I think at the very beginning, I agreed that yes, those guys who committed those crimes, and when I say those guys, I mean ICE, right? I'm not great at grammar. I learned English grammar at 13, right? So yeah, me putting a word sentence structure together in a certain way is challenging. Okay, so, give me some grace on that. So what I'm trying to say is, since the beginning, I was trying to like yell over being called piece of shit to say, that guy should go to jail. That guy should go to jail. Right? This guy should go to jail. That guy should be prosecuted. Yes, they should feel the brunt of the law. So I never not said that what they were doing was wrong. I never not said that what they were doing was illegal. And even when TC first came up here, he even said that. Right? Am I having some buyer's remorse? Yeah, I'm having a little bit of buyer's remorse because I did not vote for that. I voted for the economic changes that I knew would come, but I did not vote for the crazy chaos. Right? I didn't vote for that. So what am I going to do in the midterm? What do you think I'm?
You got it, and I can respect it.
I'm not gonna go get in the ice off his face.
But Kim, just be honest here.
I'm gonna change happen with my vote.
You literally, within the span of 20 minutes, completely changed your stance.
I did not.
You did, because let me refresh your memory.
You've calmed down. That's one.
Let me refresh your memory. Bottom line is, when we were talking about the whole situation, your stance was you were firm on all of these people need to be held. You first said the protesters need to be held accountable for simply protesting. You didn't.
I don't think I said that.
And then
You went against the Constitution.
And then you said there were.
Dad,
I
this dad,
think
bro.
it's not
I think
a
the-
problem.
Dad,
You said that this was not like an issue with ICE, that it was one-offs. There was one bad apple here, one bad apple there. That's what you said. You literally said that. There was one bad apple here, one bad apple
Sure.
there.
Yes. Okay. I said those words, but I also never said that those people should not be persecuted. Now the protesters, sorry. Let me open that package up, right? Because to me, this is all like different little packages. That's the way I work. All right, you work differently. I work differently. Let's take this time to understand each other. That's what's missing in the world today. It's like we don't try to understand each other. And I want to understand you, and I hope to God you want to understand me. Because if we can show people like this is a civil way to have a discourse, this is what's going to change America.
It has to be done through an argument, though. Do you understand that? It can be done through conversation, not an argument.
Okay, argument, conversation.
There's a difference.
If we don't see the world the same way, don't we eventually get,
Not if you're being antagonistic for the purpose to elicit an argument.
That's sadistic. I was never being antagonistic.
You said your way of learning is through argument. So if you came up here not informed, but you're going to come from an opinion that you don't know about, then you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're going to get the reaction like JD gave you. You brought that to the table.
Whoa. Now you're using the same argument that the MAGA uses. That the reason the person got shot was they brought it to the table.
Oh my, that is not.
That is not what I. No, that is not the same thing.
That's not.
I'm really close.
You literally just said my words and my actions got me.
Because you
beat up.
Wait, hold on. You changed your mind because of what JD said. And you said, I need to learn through argument. Which is like not the way you really can actually have a conversation. You can have a no, but see, here's the thing. You're constantly adapting and you're changing yourself. When you can just stop back and say, you know what? Let me have an intelligent conversation rather than being antagonistic. An argument is being antagonistic because you came in uninformed.
I'm literally not sitting here with like a playbook of intent of how can I piss these guys off. There's no premeditation of let's stir up.
It doesn't make a difference if it's premeditated or not. Your words were, I learned through arguments. Your words. You said that.
Y'all just gonna keep beating me up, aren't you?
The same way you keep saying to JD, oh, you offended me when we said, get over it.
Hell yeah.
You just kept repeating yourself.
Because clearly, Kim, you've already set the tone. We can beat the information into you. So let's see what else what other points we have. We can beat those points out of you too. That's argument.
Yeah, JD. You beat people.
Kim, you're gonna leave here. You are gonna leave nowadays you're an entirely different person, with entirely different.
Unfortunately, I think I'm
we can do it all in 40 minutes.
I don't think I'm gonna leave her as a different person, man.
That's why when you said you changed your mind, we know that's not genuine.
It's not genuine.
It isn't. You just said you're not gonna leave her as a different person.
Why would I leave her as a different person?
Because before you thought ICE was a great organization.
I never
with
said
bad
that.
apples.
I never
With a
said
few
that.
bad apples, and now you know.
I never said that.
Fucked up organization.
Now you're drawing inference. You're coming.
So what do you agree with me on?
I never said they were great.
During the debate, what did you change your mind? What did I change your mind about?
Not debate.
So what did I change your mind about? Just answer that.
That it's a more systemic issue than I originally perceived it as, right?
Well, did I just not say that? Instead of there being a few bad apples, it's the entire night. That's the same thing.
Well, you went from 0 to 100%. I don't believe in 100% of anything, right? You're definitely you're definitely educating me on the fact that Kim, it's more than 1%. It's definitely like maybe 50, 60s, maybe even 70, 80. Yeah, we got a systemic issue. I think there's a whistleblower on Christy Nome who's probably got to come out and say, yeah, our leaders are telling us to lock and load and shoot at the first, glimmer of anything. And if that's what people who are being put into power are being told, that's what they're gonna do, right? Especially in a tense situation where you got people yelling and screaming in your face. You're gonna do stupid things, and there's consequences to it, right? If I'm a citizen, and this is what always blows my mind, why, when an agent of the state does this stuff, we get crazy and nuts, right? But citizens, and I'm outside of Philly, so the Daily News is like the body count. And I'm like, why are we okay with that? Look, this is what we
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm in Chicago. You know I had to.
Oh yeah, Chirac. I mean, why
Chirac coming from you. Okay, so let me tell you.
on that?
So, tell me the last time you protested against the fucking gang at your work. Just tell me that. Cause I can Oh, okay. Well, how many times have government officials been protesting? Something can get passed enough.
Man, I have been hearing that since.
Yeah, but you know what the bottom line is? You know what? There's a difference between the gang violence and what happens when, I know you want to go on there with black on black crime, whatever you want to.
No, I don't. No, I don't. See,
That's where that argument goes, Kim. This is you being uninformed. Kim, stop. This is you being uninformed because that's where that conversation lies goes. Kim, you cannot compare what people do in everyday lives versus someone who's an agent of the government and is supposed to be protecting. Those are not the same thing, even remotely close. Stop making that equivocation. It's a dumb fucking argument. It really is.
But which one is worse?
To me, it's a human killing a human.
But which one is worse?
I remove the to me, I see the world through simple concepts, right? Equals MC squared. That's the brilliance of that physics equation. I see a human taking another human's life.
How do you see that?
Luxury everywhere.
How do you see that? But let me ask some question. This ICE stuff. How do you see all that? Yeah, let me ask a question. Well, which one is worse? Which one is worse? Did we talk about
Neither is worse. The human took another human's life. It's horrific.
Do we accept the fact of gang violence and the killing of day-to-day
Apparently we have. Apparently we have just said that is the America we live in. Norway, dude, the country I was born in, that ain't happening every day.
Cam, so here goes the point. You're just once again you're just uninformed. So you just think people just want to go out and they're just killing for sport? That's what's happening?
No, I mean people.
So what's going on? What's going on in Chirac that you called it? What's going on?
Or even in Philly. I mean, every situation is different. Some of it is gang violence. Some of it is somebody cheating on somebody. Somebody has something you want. Somebody disrespected somebody. There's so many reasons people take each other's lives. To me, what I'm trying to say is every instance of that is horrific, regardless if it's a guy wearing a badge, a guy wearing a different color than you, a guy, you know, doing it out of malice, doing it out of spite, doing it out of
Person with
insanity.
the badge shouldn't do that because of a personal issue. That's the difference. The person with the badge.
No human should do that.
But one, it's like you're trying to make it like they're equal to each other, and they're not. They're not equal to each other. No, they're not. The person with the badge is upholding and to be protecting. That's not the job of the citizen. They shouldn't be killing each other. We agree with that.
But not only that, you saying that people don't want to do anything about it. So here's the thing.
To the same.
How many protests have you seen when there's like in Chirac, like you said? Have you seen protests on these on gang violence, on these civilian on civilian murders?
Not lately. It doesn't seem like
Ever? Have you ever seen them ever?
There used to be, right? There used to be a lot more people speaking out about it, but lately it's almost.
That's what I'm saying. But you just a few minutes ago said you're not on social media, you don't do all that. I just don't find you to be credible. I think you're just spewing a lot of bullshit. You're not credible. You're just spewing a lot of bullshit. Bottom line is people do go out there and protest, but that stuff doesn't get the same type of exposure when it comes to protesting against a government agency, against police officers, against ICE. There are people every day that protest.
But it's also
demanding change in these communities. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. It doesn't happen.
What I'm saying is, I don't. Right. I don't hear it. I don't say, okay, so I just.
Well, of course you don't hear it. You just told us why you don't hear this stuff.
Right.
We know why you don't hear it.
Okay, I don't see it in my Facebook thread.
Okay,
Look at reels.
Yes, this. How many organizations?
Cybersecurity.
Let me ask you this, Kim. How many organizations in Philadelphia do you think there are that go out and help try to prevent gun violence?
Oh man, probably hundreds. I hope so.
Okay.
There's hundreds.
Okay. So if those organizations are going out into the community, is it a fair statement to say that people aren't trying to make a change? Yes or no?
It just doesn't seem.
That's what I'm asking.
You're trying to back me into a
No.
corner.
It's a simple
Like
question.
I'm playing chess game here. Well, I'm not trying to play a chess game. I'm
But
just.
you made a statement, and so you're saying nothing is being done by these gun violence deaths. I'm literally pointing to a situation where it's saying these organizations. No, wait, Kim, it doesn't matter to your appearance. That is the reality, right? If there are organizations that are out there trying to prevent and helping these gun deaths from going down, then you just look at the television. It's not the reality. Get out there and actually fucking be about it. Not just go from an armchair.
Hold on. I listen to y'all getting on camera. Are you two doing any protesting where y'all was at? Orlando, you can go and do with that. You're not going to come up here and question what I just asked the question. Yeah, that's my answer. I gotta go to the group. I'm just saying, you can go to the group. I'm not going to do you, but I'm just saying. You don't get your No. I'm listening to y'all conversation. And I just asked you, but you're not listening close enough. We were talking about ICE and how I've been treating people, and he moved the goalpost on, well, what about the other murders with civilians? A typical mega talking point when you're talking about shit, and I don't actually think you're begging, but it is a mega talking point. They always try to move the goalpost when you're talking about shit that's going on with.
I can't wait to get that out of the party.
Civilian on civilian murders, which he really means black on black crime. But
No. You know what? I
let me ask you a question.
Let me ask your creation.
Kim, hold on. Let me ask this. Isn't it a good thing that regardless of what he says or how he says, isn't it a good thing that y'all have a dialogue with him?
Yes, this is awesome. This is why I'm hanging around.
That's a great thing. Who said it wasn't? Y'all have to dialogue.
No, Orlando, because here's the thing.
Orlando, who said it wasn't, brother?
Well, part of this was that when he first came in here and he made some statements, he wasn't informed, right? And the thing is, when you look at what we've all been seeing and happening for the past 6 months. And if you're coming in here and you're saying, oh, well, I don't see these things, then I start to give us a question like, well, what page are you on? Like that you don't remotely understand the situation and the reality of this. And that's part of the issue.
You're right, and the issue is we live in such a world where information is now delivered via these algorithms that, you know, me and my wife live in the same house, right? We share an IP address. She looks at something, all of a sudden I'm getting like crazy advertisements. I'm like, honey, what are you looking at on right? And after a while, right, I'm an F1 fan, so I see stuff about F1. I'm in 3D printers, I see stuff about 3D printers. So my view of reality, right, is now being limited by the information being provided to me. So what I'm trying to say is, and a few times I even turn on like a local news channel, which in today's day, I'm 52 years old, right? I remember the day where you only had like 3 or 4, and you had to listen to it all, right? And you kind of got what I would like to say, a more balanced view of reality. Today, you have to, and you said it so eloquently, I love it, I wish I could speak like you. You said, you need to go out and find it. We don't live in a world to go out and find, right? Now AI is being created, and AI is going to curate your flavor of reality, right? So pretty soon we're going to be sitting in our basements, we're going to be sitting in our living rooms, we're going to be consuming a reality, and like you said, we may not even know what the hell is going on 2 blocks away from us anymore. So I like the fact that you said, you know what, man, maybe you need to actually get out and get about, you know, and see what's really going on. Because yes, the media is managing the message. They're telling us what we should think about. They should tell us what we care about. Because when I lived in Albuquerque, people were getting murdered every day by the cartel. Like there was a dead body that wound up behind the dumpsters, and I had family in other parts of the country. Like, hey, did you guys hear about this? They're like, no, what are you talking about? Stuff isn't making it at a national level to show systemic issue.
Well, see, that's what I said. So I listened to you. Stuff that you brought up earlier about how they're going after Christy Nome and everything, because you know there's a sediment there. You know that they're pushing stuff. If the top people are pushing stuff, so why wouldn't you think that's systemic?
I want to believe.
No.
I want to believe. Right. So
why would you think?
Why would I think it's systemic? Because I like to. So part of my career is actually listening to a complaint, hearing about something that's going on, right? Innocent until proven guilty, gathering all of the facts, and when I have all of the facts gathered, then yeah, I may need to go to somebody and say, you know what, we got to call a 3-letter agency, this person needs to go to jail, right? But I don't begin with that person's guilty in mind. Just like I was offended when you see, oh, Kim's gonna go to black on black crime. No, man, everybody's committing crime. Doesn't matter the color of the skin, right? What I'm trying to say is, I don't start at everybody's evil, everybody's bad, prove me wrong. I start at, let's give everybody a little bit of grace, but if the evidence amounts to a lie,
you have to understand that talking point. That talking point specifically is a call sign saying black on black crime. Irregardless of how you want the gam, irregardless of how you view it, saying that is literally what it leads to. You have to understand that. Take off the glasses that you're looking through and understand as a whole, as a society here in America, when that's said, it's leading to black on black crime.
So what's a different way to say that so I'm not judged as trying to go down that road?
Well, it's not about judging you. It's just don't move the goalposts, because we were talking about and it's a typical tactic that is used when you're trying to talk about, like I said, a government entity. They did the same thing with George Floyd, right? When that officer murdered George Floyd and people went crazy, the same tactics. Oh, I didn't see these people out there doing that with all this black on black crime, with all these black on black deaths. That's exactly the tactic.
I don't talk like that. I I don't have that.
I got it, but the bottom line is.
I don't have that prejudice. That's not
Well,
the way I
but
see
if
it.
we're talking about ICE, why change it? Move the goalposts and talk about, yeah, but ICE.
I'm from a law enforcement. I'm from a law enforcement family, right? So I have a bias towards looking at the world, understanding people want to point the finger at law enforcement. You're on a pedestal. You put that badge on. You should just be this side of a water, right? And that's still a human being that makes mistakes. And they should absolutely pay, right?
That's you going back to the one-off.
I'm trying to get you to understand my viewpoint.
We know your viewpoint. That's the thing. Okay, so here's the thing about the gangs, right? Literally, when you said that,
They're not all gang-related crimes, though.
right? But again, where that talking point comes from, specifically here in this country, is leading to being about blacks. Until you can understand and comprehend that, it's still something that's gonna be foreign to you. And we're literally, see, if we were disingenuous, if we, right, it doesn't matter what you, just because you want to wear rose-colored glasses, that's your choice.
I'm not wearing rose-colored glasses.
Listen what I'm saying. Because you want to wear the glasses, yellow color, red color, I don't care. You want to wear those glasses in the way, that's fine.
I live in East Texas. I saw some severe racial.
What we're telling you is what you're saying is where that leads to. You can acknowledge it, that's your choice. But when you go to the gangs things, I understand it's not the intent. Doesn't matter. When we hear it,
Shouldn't matter.
it's coming from a good place. That's fine. But ultimately, when you start to look at it, the statistics of it, the way it's skewed, it's meant black on black.
See, now I feel like I'm in a place where I have to have the Scrabble board in front of me.
Absolutely.
And I feel like I have to carefully reach into that bag, make sure I pull out the right words and put the right sentence inside, or somebody's gonna blow up on me.
Welcome to being black.
You may or may not.
That's wild, man. If that is the way you're experiencing it, no.
That's the way it's experienced life, yes.
That sucks.
It does.
Are you black?
Because, am I?
No, not your count.
Oh.
Yes.
No, okay, so when I came to America, I spoke no English. I landed in East Texas. What do you think happened to me in the early 80s, speaking no English? What was done to me? Even though I'm white, what do you think was done to me? White kids kicked the shit out of me, called me a Nazi. My first friend, Jimmy Smith, black kid. He kicked the shit out of me. My second friend, Stephen Dominguez. I even try to pronounce it in his language because I'm trying to show respect. Right? So I don't do this racial BS because I simply see human beings can't figure out difference. They hate it. In America, Norway, don't call a Norwegian a Swede. Those are the people on the other side of the mountain. You'll get punched in the mouth. I don't understand. We all live on the same rock. Why do we gotta go at each other? Because we look different, we speak different, we talk different, we maybe say the right word or the wrong word. We all want the same thing. We want to be successful. We want to put a better world for our kids. Let's find common ground.
We didn't create this.
Fighting it. Yeah, so let's change it.
We didn't create. What do you think we've been doing since for the whole civil rights era? What do you think we've been trying to do?
So what do you think about a black person that doesn't think like you think?
What do I think of a black
No, not you, Count.
Oh, my bad.
Not you, Count.
You asking me what do I think of a black person?
That doesn't think like you think.
That's fine. That's your choice. I don't ever knock someone for having their choice of how they want to think. I'm not here to tell someone how to think. I'm just talking about the reality of it. I'm just saying, why don't we make the change? We've been doing that, trying to make that change for the past, 50, 60 years. For him to say that, it's like, what do you think we've been doing?
What have we been doing tonight? Have we been trying to, understand each other, though? Because I have. And I think
you think the administration that was just voted in, if that had that helped anything go forward?
Economically,
Guess what? People,
socially,
people in your
no.
party, right? People in your party, right? You're Republican. People on your side of the aisle. You
Fringe.
So did you? Can I ask you first before I go there? Who did you vote for?
When?
Just this past presidential election.
All right, let me give you the history of voting. So became an American citizen in 1993, right? Had to take a test, right? No, hey, history matters, right? Where a person is matters. Because I want to show you pattern, right? I voted for Clinton the second time. I voted for Bush the first time. Did not vote for him the second time because I thought, why are we in Iraq? That's a little crazy, right? Voted for Obama the first time. Why? Hey, let's be part of change. I like the guy. He spoke well. I liked his policies. Didn't like some of the policies that came out while he was in, so I didn't vote for him the second time. Voted for. I hated to vote for Trump the first time. Oh my God, my wife, right? We're sitting here, we're watching the what is it? Where they pick the guy, the convention, and I'm like, Rubio seems to be kind of a good central guy. He seems like kind of what I call the old, like a person who would actually listen, and he would give to get and get to give, right? Like we're gonna trade on some things. I'm not gonna agree with 100% of your perspective. You're not gonna agree with me, but you know what? What's good for the people, we're gonna figure this out, right? Like we're not gonna have this zero, my way the highway, and we're gonna slash and burn Medicaid and Medicare. I work in healthcare, man. 2028, 29. I'm like, oh Lord, that cliff is coming. That fiscal cliff is coming. People who are not going to be covered is coming. Not good, right? Right now I'm looking through the lobby to go, we got to fix that. We don't need to spend $50 million on cybersecurity and healthcare. We need to spend $50 million in healthcare to go fix Medicaid and Medicare, right? I did not grow up a rich white guy, right? I grew up Greens Point, Houston, Texas, right? I've seen people's doors kicked in. I lived through all of that, right? Those people need help. The government needs to help those people, right? So I'm probably like, some people sometimes, my Republican friends are like, man, you talk like a liberal. I was like, no, I talk like a human being. I'm not 100% one way and 100% another. I will not be the extreme, right? So I'm having a little bit of buyer's remorse. I said that earlier, I'll say it again, right? I like the economic policies. I don't like the fact I'm having to sacrifice social justice and all of that on the back of economic policy. But I feel like, at least with economic policy, I'm hiring more people than ever hired before. So at least I can create some jobs in my little realm of reality, right?
Do you think as a whole, as a nation, is economically better right now? As a whole, this country.
See, it seems unbalanced. Because...
But I'm saying, as a whole, economically speaking, do you think we're in a better position, great, or worse position?
Again, what's my perspective on it, right? My perspective is I'm hiring more people. I'm handing out raises, right? I'm giving people bonuses they've never had. I'm hiring every race, creed, and color into my team. So in my world, the view I'm having, the experience I'm having, it seems better because the 4 years prior...
But like several companies just let go of like 30,000 people. Several companies have just just within the past 6 months.
I see.
And you realize the tariffs have had like an impact. So economically speaking, do you think we're better, or again, just not from your little bubble? I'm saying as a whole, do you think we're better or worse?
I don't know.
And in order to look at it from a true perspective, it's good for some people, but it's better for one person. The deregulation has made it where that the higher echelon, Trump and some of his higher elites, they're making billions while you might be making thousands. That's the truth of the matter.
Well, of course. I mean, that's been going on since 500
agree with Tony. I like what Tony just said in the chat. This is the central theme of conservatives. What is good for me individually, or view what is good for the community.
I didn't say individually.
No.
Hiring more people. That's not doing nothing for me. That's me doing things for people around me.
But it's within your immediate sphere. So
Is that what you call a community? What's the definition?
no. There's a difference between, like, again, your small little bubble, and again, that's why I said the rest of the country. It's a small microcosm versus the rest of the country, right? So let's say that it expanded from individuals. Let's say it was like 10,000. Right? It's the whole rest of the country. 30,000 people from several different organizations have been fired.
I get that.
Because of him.
What? Nah.
We don't live in a country.
What's your definition of community?
Hold on. We don't live in a country where the majority of people worry about the country. We live in a country where the majority of people worry about their little part of the country.
Right.
That's the country we live in.
You care about your neighbor then. You care about your...
Right, but what he's saying is Trump is the one.
People go to church.
He's saying Trump is in charge as economically, as that's why he voted for him.
For his policy.
And what he's saying is, and what I just told and I explained is that he might be experiencing that goodness in it, but what's good for him, he's giving it where it's a little bit in the front, but Trump and his allies are robbing the bank. While they're giving out a few dollars, they're stealing hundreds. Right, and that's the point we're trying to make. He's using his own anecdotal experience, which is fine. So his agreement with Trump is anecdotal, but when it comes to those, it's the lack of concern for the rest of the country. So your anecdotal experience is great. So whatever.
Okay,
I can see your policy, and I can be wrong.
But that's an extreme.
What's that?
That's an extreme reaction.
Okay. All right. Well, just go by what you said. And the thing is,
There's other business owners. There's other business owners here. So I want to hear from them. Are you guys hiring?
Okay, hold on. I got a friend that worked for Amazon. And out of I think they just laid off 15,000.
Yeah, drivers and yeah, they laid off a whole bunch of people.
He works in the upper part. He just got, out of the 15,000 that got laid off,
Yeah.
this is a true statement, he just got a pay raise, and he just went from where he was to the assistant manager position, which is a high 6 figures.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that he really cared about the other 15,000 people in the same company that he worked in that got laid off?
I don't know. I don't know that person.
I know.
I don't want to cast a judgment.
But no, I'm saying that to them. I know that person.
He may hate it.
But he was in Italy right now in a training course because he got a pay raise and he went to a higher place.
Well, look, so I think we've all been conditioned in corporate America to accept that layoffs are going to happen. They happen cyclically, right? I mean, yeah, like I said, I grew up lived in Texas, so I was at Compact Computer in Houston. Man, every other year I'd see it in the newspaper. You know what I told myself as I went into technology? Don't work at a high-tech company. You know, I worked at the oil company. They didn't do layoffs, so I worked there for a while, right? I worked at a tech company for like 1 year, Cisco Systems. You guys know them, they make network stuff, right? I couldn't wait to get out of there. They treated you like crap. You were a number. You know, I even had a boss say that, man, somebody, else, 5,000 kids want your job. I was out. So I came into healthcare because healthcare is meaningful, right? I'm changing lives. A lot of my, man, I work in our hospitals that we own are in the worst parts of cities, right? Cedar Hill in D.C., not a nice part of town, right over there by the shipyards, right? I mean, we're trying to impact some communities, right? So when I can hire people in, I feel like I am doing a difference. I feel like I can do with what's been given to me to try to make some change in the lives I can touch. It's not from me.
But a lot of times I think we're hypocrites when we talk about. If we work on a job and they laid off somebody or fired somebody that was above us and they got laid off and the person came to us and said, hey, would you like that position?
I got laid off.
There ain't not one person on this line gonna say, well, Y'all laid him off. No, I don't want his position because I'm taking a stand. When you laid him
Like
off,
source beyond the veil, I
there's
call
not
upon
one
you,
person on
open
this
the mouth
line
within,
that's not
but
going
the
to take the
flames
job.
of
And
your words
they're
will not be able to destroy the question to be
here.
and the sky return the answer. This is hidden light, source beyond the veil, I call upon you, open the
For economic reasons.
No.
For that, you literally said you voted for economic free policy.
Yeah, but you said individual. I separated myself from voting for the human being that is versus, okay, you know what? I have a policy, I have a set of beliefs, right? Those beliefs more aligned with this piece of shit than the other piece of shit, right? So I had to, because, you know, should I probably gone independent and gone that way? You know, I mean, we're kind of forced into this two-party system.
Okay.
It feels like, right?
Real quick, what economic policy in his first time around can you point to that you're like, you know what, that's an economic policy? Huh?
Taxes.
Here it's in the night.
I pay so much in taxes, it's bananas. I should like own my own city.
So here's the misconception. Which side actually leaves the government in more debt? GOP or Democrats?
I don't know. It seems like they both kind of back off each other, and it takes 4 years for the things to flush through.
No, but you can look over the past 30, 40 years. You can look this up yourself. Which side leaves the country in more debt versus less? It's not that hard to you voted for someone who actually increased the debt significantly. But you're like, that's okay because I didn't have to pay a lot of taxes.
I just don't think the government cares about the debt anymore. I mean, ever since George Herbert was the old man, when he handed Clinton a surplus, right, he got squandered pretty quick. Right? And the son came in and said,
Stop. Clinton was the first president to really have an actual. Bush didn't leave him with that. What are you talking about? The dot-com era, that whole 90s, in the 2000s, that was a boom.
So you think a president in 4 years can have an immediate
8 years.
in 4, right? But in 4 years, because the surplus was at the beginning, not at the end, right? We've been tricked into believing that a president is like a god and they have this mystical power and they can just
No. You said your business, Trump is only. When did your business start booming under Trump? Give me an exact date.
All right.
That it started booming.
The last 6 months.
So you're telling me in 4 months, Trump put shit into place that boomed your business?
So now I gotta be careful what I talk about.
Come on.
No.
Yes, yeah, come on.
All right, so mergers and acquisitions, right? So I've been at this company for 6 years, and when I joined, they're like, oh, we do a lot of mergers and acquisitions. Guess what we didn't do in the entire time during Biden?
All right. Hey, so
Not one merger and acquisition.
Kim, hold on. Before I gotta stop you.
No. You let me finish. In the last 6 months, we've done 7 mergers and acquisitions. So I can talk about that because I didn't name.
No, but you go on this long tangent. So the bottom line is you started booming in 4 months. So that was because of Trump.
Oh, the mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld.
In his first 4 months of office, that helped your business boom.
Oh, the mighty Anubis.
A number of regulations related to mergers and acquisition activities.
Can you name this? I can look them up. Can you name? Just give me one so I can look it up.
I'm walking around my basement pacing. I'm not sitting on my computer.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first voting machine with a built-in calculator, radio, and...
But he promised he was gonna make.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000.
The mergers and acquisitions.
All right, hold the side of the fish. Some folks write it on walls. I prefer...
They were like, yeah, bro.
So how can
All right, hold the side. Oh, the mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld.
In the last 6 months, you can go out and see it.
Oh, the mighty... The son's got his game face on today. As an attorney, I fight for people who feel unheard.
How come unemployment is up? If all these
As an attorney...
Levels.
unemployment is up versus 2024.
Kitover, you're the last vote. Do you vote from the government?
No.
When Trump immediately
Kitover, you're
Spirits of the Nile, accept this offering. May the journey... That's the veil. I call it.
I'm trying to get rid of peanut butter spread.
Unemployment is going up. Unemployment is going up because AI is eliminating a lot of jobs on the lower levels.
That's
That meets your narrative.
not exactly what I ordered. Sorry, mighty rectangle.
80% of companies that have tried to implement AI
Chicago deserves a leader who listens. Together we'll make this city.
have not actually been successful.
Chicago
80%.
deserves a leader who. I can talk about that.
Wait, hold on.
I'm in trouble, but I'm gonna talk.
No, wait, really quick. Hey, Kim, I bet you think bamboo is a great machine too. Anyway, the point is, AI.
Bamboo X1C carbon, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. I knew it. That right there just told me everything. That's all I need to know. Bro, I'm just telling you.
What does it tell you?
Because, nothing. It's because that's a more tangential conversation, bro. The point is.
And I'm manufacturing my own plastic crap in my basement.
No. Bro, I've been 3D printing for 35 years. I've been doing it longer than you. What I'm saying to you is this.
You probably give me some good tips.
The whole thing about AI that Orlando said, yes, it is replacing some, but companies have also failed miserably at the same time.
So there's winners and losers in every game, right? Man, I can't talk about it, but it's public if you search up.
And I'll say this real quick. We're just did a quick search. Bill Clinton was projected to have a $310 billion deficit at the beginning of his presidency, and he ended up with a $236 billion surplus. So
Why should the government have a surplus?
wait, hold on, wait, stop. You said in the beginning that Bill Clinton got worse at the end when that wasn't the case. The whole point is this. In general, the Dems versus the GOP and how they lead the government in deficit versus surplus, you gotta look at that, bro. That's an easy thing to search for. Because the GOP put more, like, the trickle-down effect is not a good thing. It's never worked. Ever.
I don't know. In my life experience, I've seen it work.
Let me ask you.
How far down does it go? How far down does it go, and how wide does it go? Yeah, I don't think it trickles as far down as it should.
Good evening. Arthur, your voice, you sound like TC now. I don't know if you know that. I've been at a conference all week. Yelling for Tony Robbins. Jesus Christ. All right.
The statement, in my humble opinion, the statement was anti-ICE and the way ICE was treating people. But of course, it can be mischaracterized. If I were her, I would work out some type of charitable donation. She can afford it, or a percentage.
Yeah, so life as we know it here would not be possible in that universe. So what I'm saying is there are so many
Do you know the threshold
there are
of
so
that?
many independent variables that have been arranged in such a way that allows for life to exist in this world, to where the arrangement of each order of magnitude is independent. So when you say that,
Hold on, Kryptonite. So let's take Alpha Centauri, right? It's one of our closest star systems. How is that fine-tuned for our existence? How is Alpha?
I don't know. It's like cool. It's like, wow, man. At first, I thought it was gonna be like this negative thing. Like, well, what's wrong with bamboo? I mean, manufacturing in your basement—that's kind of a cool thing.
It's
Science fiction.
It's not so much about 3D printing. It's about the brand itself and the loyalty that people give it. When
I had reality, and it gave me nothing but problems. I switched to bamboo, and I haven't had too many less problems than the reality.
yeah, I know.
I wish who was the first one? MakerBot, the American-based one, but they seem to come falling off. So.
Marcus Garvey was dead. Marcus Garvey fucking newspaper in his sick bed. And then after that I died.
I mean, he went to the.
I mean, it's the truth. It's that. You know, you need to know. I'm sorry, Lando. Please allow me to do this. You are short of a TP. You need to go be a TP and go sit in it. And
For Muslims in the country, thousands of angry farmers, so farmers protest, okay? Made life more difficult for Muslims again. Narendra Modi as prime ministerial candidate will lead that government, okay? $2 billion, parliament building, okay? Tested the government of India unprecedented ways, okay? They say that the policies of the Indian government, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, have made life more difficult for Muslims. Again, same point. Data set 9. Data set 9, same thing. Data set 10, introduced by the government of Prime Minister, thousands of angry farmers. Again, the same thing. Data set 8, again, one of the elections, again. Data set 9, data set 8, again. Tehran. Okay, Narendra Modi, as he seeks clinch an exclusive trade pact with Beijing. Consolidate international support in tense share down with Tehran and navigate a path. Okay, that's not Israel. Dark Princess of the Dark awaits poll backlash. FD Narendra Modi should stick to his pledge of toilets before temples. Okay, that's an FD article from News. Charismatic nationalist
Rumors
Narendra
are
Modi.
true. I once started my own cryptocurrency called Chicken Token. Meet our lead developer, Opie. Clearly, my flock and I weren't trying to get rich.
I don't see any Israel in this. If you're able to find it, please let me know. I'm not able to find it. Yes, please. Maybe we need to search differently. What we can do is to go into every exhibit and then search for Israel in every exhibit. There is a news clipping about Israel. That's media reports on Modi arriving in Israel. There is no advice from Epstein.
Yesterday, the news they told like Epstein sent a mail to himself that he wrote PM is going to meet the Israel president. Something he mentioned it. So
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be the case. But even if that is the case, that is just telling someone that PM is going to Israel. That's not asking the PM to go to Israel, right? It's like me saying that today you had idli for breakfast, and then someone else saying the plural is telling Vishwanath to have idli. They're two different things.
So, Guruji, if you want to
Yes, please.
on the very second question, and data set 11. Let's see what he's talking about.
1 second, please. Which one?
Fifth tab, if you look for the main keyword.
Good evening, Dr. Roivas. How's the evening coming along for you? Hello? Oh, Narges is here. Narges, I was reading such a fun book today called The Fish. It is so funny. So smart. Can you hear me, Narges? Is this thing on? See if I have to come back. Hello?
Emmy?
I don't use the intelligent argument.
You know it's not gonna go well.
It's so weak. I don't use. Listen, if God is metaphysical, right? Posit a good metaphysical argument. Why we can use intelligent tuning, fine tuning, sorry, or God's mind arguments? I find them such defeaters. Yes.
Because the fine-tuning argument falls apart on like, what is that? This fucking music guy.
Wow. I was just asking how things are going. I didn't know.
Do the voice. Do the voice. Do the voice.
Hello.
Yeah. Do the voice.
You know how they say hello. You know how they say hello in Spanish. They say hola, hola. That's how they say hello. Hola, hola, hola. Something like that. I see this as an evening study group. You guys are talking about fine tuning. I don't even understand these terms. Like, where do you guys get these terms? Think they're like.
I don't get them. These terms were brought to me to dissect and to deconstruct. I did not come up with that term. That was Crimson, who's a Christian idiot.
I mean, you do agree that the term Christian Scientist is not altogether a bad thing, right? I mean,
I think the Christian Science Monitor was actually a decent periodical. That's a dying church, though. There's very few people that are Christian Scientists.
well, so is the House of Atheism on Clown House. It's all a dying church. We're all dying. Well, I don't understand. You know, I was
Sure, whatever. Maybe we'll die. Maybe we'll be like reborn in 500 years. Who knows, man?
Well, there's a chance that this is just like an avatar, and you've always existed. You've just
Well,
come.
you reduced everything to your lifetime and to you as a personal being in this universe. Well, if atheism dies here, this is forever. It's gonna like no, you never know. Like our human culture might become completely atheist in like 1,000 years.
Atheism or Gnosticism doesn't hold that kind of mad religiosity. Like there's no music, there's no loyalty to a particular set of like dogma instructions, right? So in that way, they're quite flexible.
Narjas, I don't want to be rude. I hate to break the bad news to you, but like, is everything okay in your life?
Not everything.
Because
everything's not okay in everyone's life, dude.
well, my point is, you guys in particular, maybe, anyways, maybe I'm being too specific.
We're like exceptionally fucked up, or like what do you say?
No, what I'm saying is, you guys spend an awful lot of time talking about these topics.
We don't. Actually, like the entire day.
Narjas does. Narjas does a lot.
Well, Narjas. So this entire week, I have not talked about religion until Crimson Knight showed up tonight. So it's been like an entire week of me talking about whatever, my job or crime or like stuff.
Okay, not you, but what?
You're misrepresenting.
I get it. I understand. I agree.
Do you get it?
But
Do you really get it?
well, what my point is when all these people on this app are always trying to debate and talk about
I have
scripture.
no control over like what other people do.
I get it, but my critique is they're missing the fact that the deity or God deals with intelligence,
Okay.
and they're not.
That's not me, dude. Why do I care what other people on Clubhouse do that bothers you?
Well, I'm trying to bring up a point because this is an atheist house and an evening study group.
I have no control over like what other people talk about, John.
Intelligence can be generated from discourse.
Well,
Honest discourse.
no, discourse, you can't actually achieve high levels of intelligence because this is a very short transfer of information. We can't transfer gigabytes and gigabytes.
Your whole narrative is that I spent every waking hour talking about religion.
No, not you. Narja spends a lot. Narja does. You don't.
But that's how you came at me like a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that for you. Listen, I read just the other day, or actually I saw a video of Alan Watts saying your ego wants you to be spiritual because there's something about it which I don't know. It's like I don't know.
An attachment to non-attachment.
Well, it's just like it's just improving your collection of symbols, really, and it's important. It's important.
I mean, it is, but eventually it's still symbols, right? I mean, that's the thing. The idea is to drop the symbolism altogether, also, right?
Did you hear my argument against the fine tuning?
No, I haven't. Awesome.
So, Nargis, everywhere you look, under every rock, every cranny, every nook, do you see chaos?
It can have the appearance of chaos. Yes.
Well, I mean, no. Do you see chaos?
Define chaos.
Is it unpredictable? Is it strange? Is it just sort
Chaotic.
of like mundane and weird? I mean,
Is it
everything
chaotic?
you look at.
Sometimes it can be very orderly, like the hive of a bee. It can
Why do you
also.
think a beehive is orderly? Because
Oh,
orderly.
That's a good example.
Yeah, because you'll see the chores distributed, you'll see a queen bee ruling. She would always be the consistent ruler. You'll see the freaking hexagonal formations being like
It looks chaotic, but it's highly organized.
highly organized, but it may give you the appearance of chaos.
But do you think that ultimately the chaos will overcome the beehive? Because eventually the sun will become a red supergiant and swallow us. And so the beehive means nothing. No
Yeah,
one
but that's
will
just
ever-
like saying you're gonna die. That's all you're saying.
Right. No, we're going to die, and so will the bees and everything. So it will never have existed.
Right. That's why the Buddha says you're a bubble.
Right. So what I'm saying is like, where's the fine tuning of that?
The definition of fine tuning is quantum. There's no way you can tell whether it's orderly or whether it is chaotic. And in that, there's a symmetry breaker. Once you kind of posit that, all of this freaking extremely fine balance, whatever. At least so far as we know.
Where's the extremely fine balance? Like we're all going to die. The planet's going to disappear.
That's the balance.
Yeah, but Roivas, do you believe?
That's the fine tuning. So hold on a second. So God planned for this planet to get sucked into this like red giant phase of our sun.
Point of order, moderator. You're repeating yourself. No, point of order, moderator. I got a question. Do you believe?
Reaction is a consequence.
Do you think that time is a concept or an illusion? Well, meaning that you're projecting your own delusion because you're using time as this progression, meaning that you think that the sun is going to consume us all, and you're presenting an illusion, which is just a concept. So it's like your game is not of that intelligent.
How is it an illusion?
No, what I'm saying is you're not saying anything. No, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. So when you tell us your end conclusion of the apocalypse and this incredible, decimation, that's just you're describing your own personal coming death, which is coming in hours for all three of us, and Janet here. So I'm just saying that the first Zen poem says, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. That's why this app is so horrifically obnoxious, because every single word you hear on here is actually, I see it all the time. The opposite of what everybody says on here is generally the actual truth, because most people are trying to create their own fake reality. And therefore, if you listen closely, the opposite of just about what everything you hear on this app is the literal fucking truth.
John, you've not made a critical decision in your life. You know what that is?
Oh, this is a projection. Go ahead. Let me hit my projection bell.
Okay.
Projection alert! Incoming projection!
Okay, John, that doesn't hurt my ears because
incoming projection!
Whatever frequency you think you're hitting is only going like 5K. It's not that painful.
Projection.
Do it again, no.
Projection alert.
Make the sound. Go ahead. Do it. You have thought this sound was so annoying to everyone else, and it's really not. It's so fun. Like, you're so stupid. I'm not so, most people I come across are really dumb people.
The electrons in that experiment, is it a particle? Is it a wave? There's no tuning to it.
What I like is there's a whole video behind my existence here. I'm not just audio, telling you my opinions.
Is that, are you sure that the mind is not fundamental? Do you think that the material world is fundamental, or do you think the mind is?
It is the goal of life is to unite subject and
No,
object.
answer my question.
I am. The
Don't
Buddha
answer.
says that all of reality comes from the mind. The mind is all important now. Hello? You asked me a question, but you
And
don't.
I'm asking you for your opinion, not.
Hello?
John's not very smart. This one's
Try Kitover.
Yeah, John Kitover.
He's really cool. He can't help himself. He just goes there.
I know, but it's like this. It's like so monochromatic. It's the same thing, like over and over again. It's like annoying.
That's how it works.
Is it the same thing with me? Am I that tedious?
Yes.
No, man.
Even
It's
worse.
just like how you and I speak normally. That's how he speaks normally. It's just how he's built. It's become his norm, that voice.
I guess I can't invite him up anymore.
Why haven't I? You put him down.
Maybe you can do it.
I'm not care.
Well, what I have noticed is that people actually don't care what I have to say. In fact, what people subconsciously want is the dopamine that I can give them. But I choose not to always just give people the free dopamine. I'd like to give the two of you a sample of what I would call free dopamine.
This is up to you, Nargis. I'm gonna turn my volume down, and you can deal with it.
I bought a really incredible book. I'd like to share it just with you.
By all means, John Kitover.
Oh, Narja's on Hinge. I saw a chick with the spelling of your name, but she didn't spell it like yours. She spelled it, I believe, with a J.
The J. Oh, must be an Arab.
She was Muslim, Indian.
Yeah. Yeah. The Indians and Arabs say that just in Farsi, it's Nargis.
What was the English version of that name?
Nargis. I had a client who would call me Negress.
Negress?
Yeah, fucker. And I never corrected you. And he like praised me and introduced me to his friends. He said, "This is Negress. Your work is fantastic." Like, I never corrected him. He still thinks I'm Negress.
Okay, you want to hear?
Nuggets also.
Is there an English equivalent? Is there an
It's a
English
narcissist
name?
flower.
What?
It's a narcissist flower.
Narcissus flower?
A flower in which narcissists turned narcissist into a flower because he saw his reflection in the water and he thought, there cannot be another me. And he's beautiful, this man in the water. So he jumps in to fight it and he drowns. And then in his place grows a flower.
Sounds reasonable.
That is the story of Narcissus. And I would think, like, why would anyone want to name their child Nargis after that? But it's probably one of the most common names in Iran. Romans have it too.
Okay, do you want to hear this brief
Absolutely.
clip?
You know, I have an undying love for knowledge and just good literature.
This is from the Confessions of Aleister Crowley. We began on the first day of the year and continued without interruption for 6 weeks. We invoked the gods Mercury and Jupiter and obtained many astonishing results of many kinds, ranging from spiritual illumination to physical phenomena. It is impossible to transcribe the entire record, and to give excerpts would only convey a most imperfect and misleading idea of the result. As an example of actual intellectual illumination, however, I may quote from the very impressive identification of the Christ of the Gospels with Mercury. This came as a complete surprise. We have until then considered him as an entirely solar symbol, connected especially with Dionysus, Mithras, and Osiris. In the beginning was the Word, the Logos, who is Mercury, and is therefore to be identified with Christ. Both are messengers The birth mysteries are similar. The pranks of the childhood are similar. In the vision of the universal Mercury, Hermes is seen descending upon the sea, which refers to Maria. The crucifixion represents the caduceus, the two thieves, the two serpents. The cliff in the vision of the universal Mercury is Golgotha. Maria is simply Maia, with the solar R in her womb. The controversy about Christ between the Synoptics and John was really a contention between the priests of Bacchus, Sol and Osiris, also perhaps of Adonis and Attis on the one hand and those of Hermes on the other. At that period, when initiation all over the world found it necessary owing to the growth of the Roman Empire and the opening up of means of communication to replace conflictingly polytheisms by a synthetic faith, this is absolutely new to me, this conception of Christ as Mercury. Some difficulty about the sentence is now quite unintelligible. To continue the identification, compare Christ's descent into hell with the function of Hermes as guide to the dead, also Hermes leading up Eurydice, and Christ raising up Jairus' daughter. Christ is said to have risen on the third day because it takes 3 days for the planet Mercury to become visible after separating from the orb of the sun. It may be noted here that Mercury and Venus are the planets between us and the sun, as if the mother and son were mediators between us and the Father. Note Christ as the healer, and also his own expression, the Son of Man cometh as a thief in the night. And also this scripture from Matthew 27, for as lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Note also Christ's relations with the money changers, his frequent parables, and the fact that his first disciple was a publican. Note also Mercury as the deliverer of Prometheus. 1/2 of the fish symbol is also common to Christ as Mercury. Fish are sacred to Mercury, owing presumably to their quality of movement. This I did not know before. Many of Christ's disciples were fishermen, and he was always doing miracles in connection with fish. Note also Christ as the mediator. No man cometh unto the Father but by me, and Mercury as Chokmah, through whom alone we can approach Kether. The caduceus contains a complete symbol of the gnosis. The winged son of Phallus represents the joy of life on all planes, from the lowest to the highest. The serpents, besides being active and passive, Horus and Osiris, and all the other well-known attributions of those qualities of eagle and lion, respectively, of which we know but do not speak. It is the symbol which unites the microcosm and macrocosm, the symbol of the magical operation which accomplishes this. The caduceus is the universal solvent. It is quite easy to turn quicksilver into gold on the physical plane, and this will soon be done. New life will flow through the world in consequence. The god now lays his caduceus upon my lips for silence, bidding me only remember that on the following night he is to come in another form. The temple was then closed. So my question is, does anybody want to get baptized in the name of Mercury?
So, I saw a great movie. I thought of you. Actually, the series, John, it's on the life of Crowley, Alice Crowley. And it's just these. Have you seen it? What is it? I forget that. I saw it a while ago.
Yeah, I know what you wanted. Like the newer one, right?
Yeah. It's these space astronaut or something. It's called space something. Oh, I forget. Such a great series. I mean, I think he started off, you know how his brother died, right? He fucking lit himself in bed. I think the whole Do As Thou Wilt sort of the underlaw was forgotten. Love on the Will or something.
This is interesting. I read this today. It's kind of the opposite of do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It says, dare not to stand upright, dare not to think or know, dare not to use thy might, dare not to face thy foe, dare not to do thy will, dare not to love thy mate, dare not to live thy fill, be feeble, fool of fate. Okay, so do you want to hear where I left off? This is the novel, because Crowley was competing to make a lot of money in the book industry, and at this time there were some very popular books that came out, like The King of Solomon or The New World, which were like basically, anyways, he was trying to compete with them. This was his attempt at competing for a book which essentially is a revelation to the world, because it's the discovery of a new part of the planet, because there was like a myth that there were undiscovered civilizations on the planet in the, it was like, it's fiction, but it's a novel. But that's what was popular at the time, was people were fooling themselves with fiction books about the discovery of new parts of the planet. And this is his attempt. Okay, this is called Analysis. This is chapter 5, page 57, The Fish by Crowley. Lyell experienced unexpected difficulties in putting together our airship. There was no question of striking camp for a month or more to come. There was no research to be done in the village, for the salesman had found their first encounter with the Arabs an excellent reason for departure to the Ewigkeit. I was therefore able to devote myself uninterruptedly to examining the fish rescued by Moses from the scene of our skirmish. I had never had a job I fancied less. Talk about French cookery. The meat itself was so covered by sauces and greases and garnishes of every kind that it was almost impossible to isolate even a small fragment of the substratum. It all stank most abominably, and as there was not the tiniest splinter of bone in the whole mess, there was no means whatever of even making a guess of what it was like when alive. The physical examination assured me that the fish used in the preparation of this concoction could hardly have been alive very recently. It was far gone in putrefaction, but I felt almost certain that even before this had set in it had been corrupt with disease. It resembles a mass of cancer, almost ebullient, and at the same time it was alive with colonies of some bacteria with which I was not familiar. The term is indeed not strictly appropriate, for they were not rod-like in shape, but vaguely circular. I discovered no nucleus or nucleolus, even with the highest power of my microscope. They multiplied with amazing rapidity, but were themselves devoured and destroyed by the more liquid portions of the cancerous tissue in which they grew. We had brought a few guinea pigs for experimental purposes. I fed 2 of them on portions of the fish. It suited them extremely well. They had been in rather poor condition, and after a couple of days they grew so fat and sleek that it seemed almost miraculous. The effect of this diet upon the rats was apparently to make them fiercer, bolder, more active, and more cunning, also to increase their appetite in a very marked manner. I bought a goose from the village. and gave it a meal on the stuff. It manifested all the symptoms of silly intoxication, and it ran about aimlessly, quacking at the top of its voice. They tried the effects again on one of the scabby pariah dogs that haunted the camp in search of offal. The experiment proved dangerous. The animal slunk more abjectly than before, and then made a sudden and treacherous snap at my hand as I offered it another mouthful. One of the coolies had snared a couple of songbirds, and to these the first mouthful proved immediately fatal. Post-mortem examination showed the vocal cords to have been destroyed as by a strong acid, and the wing bones had become completely gelatinous. My last experiment of this kind was on a tame gazelle which I had bought from a wandering herdsman. It ate readily of the fish and became exceedingly languid and affectionate. As far as one could judge, it was inordinately happy, in a dreamy fashion, like an opium smoker. But the following morning it fell into a moping fit. Its eyes grew lustreless. Its limbs refused to support it. And shortly afterwards it died. The autopsy showed acute inflammation of the brain, especially in the pia mater, but the cause of death was destruction of the walls of the heart. The comparative anatomist, with a really comprehensive knowledge of the subject, might doubtless have found many clues to the truth in these extremely varied symptoms. But in this branch of science I was unfortunately of rather less than average attainment. In my theological college, I had learned much concerning the functions of various choirs of angels, and the pneumatic biology of a schoolman. I could hold my own with many an archbishop, and I had somewhat neglected the hierarchy which ascends from amoeba to Homo sapiens. I was a poor man. Hagiology tempted me with the £15,000 a year connected with Canterbury, whereas the profaning, grovelling ologies led at the best to a tenth of that income. So I furnished the point of my needle with angels instead of bacilli, and by all accounts the process of reckoning the former is easier as well as more potentially profitable. The reader will excuse the digression. I trust that he may even excuse the cynicism, which I regret most sincerely and humbly. It was an outburst utterly unworthy of any minister of the gospel, even of one so unworthy as I am of my high calling. It was the all too frivolous expression of my irritation with myself for being unable to use such a wealth of data. As I revised the manuscript, I naturally drew my pen through the passage, and then I paused. No, said I to myself, I don't want to appear better or worse than I am. Let the world know my weakness and my wickedness. Okay, I'm going to take a break, but I hope you enjoyed that. I can't stop laughing when I read this because it's just so ludicrous. It's so funny to do it in English accent because he narrated this. He didn't even write this down, Nargis. He was sitting. He didn't write that. He spoke it, and then somebody else wrote it.
So well done. Just beautiful.
There's so
He's not even narrated. Like he's just saying it. Like he's speaking it.
He's speaking it, and somebody's writing it.
I see.
He didn't write this one. This one, in the beginning of the book, it talks about that, but this is a mockery of Christianity. He did not like Christianity. This was his. Everything is like a. But then he just. Anyways, it is so funny. I couldn't stop laughing because he
But
was.
John, it's not that he didn't like the dogmatic, freaking, super biased, indoctrinated religiosity. Like Alistair Crowley's entire revenge of that gave rise to the freaking occult and all the magical things that have pageantry in them, rather than these freaking dead frameworks of do's and don'ts, black and whites. And that is what makes Crowley great in the way he delivered ideas. Really beautiful. I mean, of course, his indulgences got the best of him in the end.
Well,
And
he
then
lived a
from
full
his
life.
downfall,
Yeah, he lived a full life, I guess.
he did. Yeah.
A lot of tragedy in this world. Papa, welcome to the room, big Papa.
Oh my God, Papa, hi. These are John Kitover's friends.
did.
Was it you? I did. There was another guy who really did it well once in your room. What was his name?
It wasn't me.
It wasn't you, okay.
So what are y'all like Thelemites?
Yeah, we're like a cult. We love the occult. We like, you know.
Do you follow the dilemma?
No, you?
No, I'm just asking because Thomas McCrory-based room.
Yeah.
I was just asking if y'all support him.
No, we just like ripping him. As John Kitover, he reads like taboo.
Yeah, I was reading.
He's a really gay, like God-hating dude, to be honest, for what I know about him.
Yeah, the book that I'm reading right now. There's a lot of gay. It's not like vulgar, but it's so close because it's just so many words that are so gay that it's hilarious because it's so gay, but it's not actually talking about gay sex, but it's like it is talking about. Anyways, but yeah, it's gay. But the thing is, it's NC-17. He was a dirty publisher, and like you got to look at this in comparison to like Penthouse and Hustler and Playboy, because those were major magazines with huge runs and so much content. And honestly, some of the photography in Playboy, it's like it'll never be matched again. Like, it's some of the hottest women who have ever lived in like really high resolution photography. So those are like major contributions to media world that will never ever be able to be topped. Because
Yes, correct.
But
so what are y'all sentiments on Aleister Crowley?
well, other than him putting out like gay, gnosis stuff, he did essentially, and do a lot of research into symbols and rituals, etc. So in my opinion, he's the undisputed master. And his magical motto's name is Frater Perdurabo, which is endure until the end. And I think that's a pretty good, motto to live by. I try to keep pushing, and part of his magic is exceed.
Yes. So, Papa, the art has gone wrong, right? Doesn't affect the art. That's how I read Crowley, and that's how I like him even. Because it's open to interpretation. And now that one sees his life, even his brothers, or what the normal traditional society wants to call pre-Kanash religious. I mean,
Well, he deals with math. CM might like Crowley because Crowley was a mathematician.
yes.
And he uses Kabbalah and Gematria to derive a lot of his, understandings. And to me, they almost seem like natural or axiomatic or, proofs. Like they're almost indisputable and they're ancient and they go back to the Egyptians. So.
I mean, to me, ethics were basically a nihilistic hedonism.
I know, but it's astrology. You gotta look at it. You gotta look at it in terms of. But look at Mercury. Look at Venus. Look at Jupiter. Look at Saturn. Look at these planets. Like, you can't exist if they don't exist. We are connected to the planets, and so everything in our field of material reality is unified in some type of relationship. Linguistically, at the slightest.
But where do you get any? Because he's not prescribing any belief in a god.
It's meta. That's all you. That's the best way to look at it. It's meta and metaphysic, meaning that the Son, aka Jesus, is the source of all power, and Jesus being like a magic word. So this is all gnosis and uniting with the logos.
Wait, why is that knowledge to say the Son is you? Because Jesus being the Son means something.
Listen.
That's what it means, right? All initiates from source, basically, and therefore, even his poetry, you'll see that when he says man is God, he's not saying man is God
It's also just in terms of the publishing industry, like the book that I was reading from prior to this, it's actually about Crowley's ambition of being a successful novelist and book publisher. Uh, you know, he liked luxury, and the thing is, it's all in English. So I'm a native English speaker, and so for me to do this fake British English accent is very performative. But I'm also running these scripts through my mind to improve my language capabilities, and it definitely works. So it's a lot of fun for me to read Crowley, and I mean, I've read Crowley's. I think two favorite poets are Edgar Allan Poe and Baudelaire. And if you've ever read The Flowers of Evil by Baudelaire,
those are Edgelord's favorite poets at that in the 20th century.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely edgelords.
Well, that's what it comes down to. Aleister Crowley was an edgelord.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't see what's so great about just a bunch of.
well, you gotta understand, it's taboo. Exactly, it's taboo. Yeah.
There are a lot of things that are taboo that are just like kind of like, for example, take like the Satanic Bible. I mean, yeah, it is taboo and it's like.
I know, but Crowley writes in rhymes and poetry, so it's very impressive. Technically speaking, from like when I read it, it's incredibly. It's like reading super advanced AI, and I am extremely impressed with Grok.
How is that like any different than like things that you see on like Reddit atheism?
Listen, I'm a performer on a stage, Papa. I don't know if you can't see me up here on the stage, but I'm a performer. And so I'm a thespian reading scripts that I choose to perform. That's it, Papa.
Look, listen, I'm into.
Oh, I like lesbians.
Wait, I'm into women too. So I would identify as the same. But I'm just saying like, but what's I don't see what's so impressive about this. Just like the things you see on like r/atheism.
Yeah, music. We don't have any problem with you being a lesbian.
Yeah, like if that's what you're into, that's what you're into. I mean, that's cool.
Exactly. That's your thing.
No, I read it. I don't.
You do it on the stage. You don't do it on the stage. That's okay.
But honestly, Aleister Crowley, if he existed like in this day and age, he'd just be on like Reddit, just and like r/atheism.
People take Thelema very seriously, and there is a global cult around OTO and Thelema.
Like Jediism very seriously too. There are people who are gonna take any.
Well, Catholicism is its own. See, I think a lot of Catholics are cryptic Crowleyites, and I think the Catholic Church.
Yes.
Because I have this one book by Crowley which was written for a priest, and I think when you read Crowley in terms of like religious ecstasy and religiosity, it's the best, especially because it's in English. Again, Papa. I'm not trying to defend Crowley. I like a lot of different things. I don't just eat burritos. I eat pizza. I eat steak. I eat a lot of things. I got a lot of books over here, and I'm not all or nothing Crowley. And in fact, I really like balancing out Crowley with all types of other books, which are like the opposite of Crowley. And to me, that's how I, basically get rid of what you could call a mind virus, which is really what Crowley is. Crowley is a very good example of a high-end troll who is so smart and so unique that we're talking about him right now.
Like Antoine LaVey.
No, nothing even. You got to understand the time period in which Crowley lived is a very special time in history with a lot of materialist opulence. And Anton LaVey is just like a cheap pornographer compared to the literary genius. Again, we're not talking about Crowley's life and. Because I got a book about the hundreds of women that Crowley has fucked. There is a book out there, and I have it. It's about every woman he's ever fucked. He's got the biography of. It's like, what's the point of this? The thing is, it's just a collection like comic books, Papa. It's like Batman. That's it. It's just a collection of comic books, my friend. It's science fiction.
So what? I know. Why are you impressed by that?
He's not. It's Crowley like introducing orgies. He's introducing orgies at a time where it was obviously decorative. It was looked down upon. The taboo was what like gave Crowley the freaking oxygen. The orgies.
So if someone fucks an animal now because it's
It doesn't. There's no one's putting judgment on it. I'm just saying, like, there's a time period.
Wait, I'm saying, why are you impressed that he did
He was impressed.
taboo?
That's not the point. The point is that you're not examining him from an objective viewpoint.
Okay, so
You're putting your value judgment on
tell me
him.
what impresses you?
And I'm saying, yes, orgies are perhaps like, I don't know, wrong perhaps for you, right?
About this guy?
Because he exceeded every fucking line. And few do that. When they cross the line of, and then it becomes taboo, right?
Let's say I do all the things wrong again, but I fuck
It's
him
not-
top legs, he didn't do that. Am I more impressive than him?
Because you're passing by.
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order.
Yeah.
Just let me get 60 seconds to read Crowley for you, and that will be my best response. If you hear Crowley, it's better to hear him than for somebody to sit here and defend him, endlessly to your lines of questioning.
I've heard Crowley. I'm not unclear about Crowley.
You're in a room titled Aleister Crowley. Moderators, just put me in your queue. I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. Moderator, point of order, moderator. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, point of order.
If he had done everything that Alistair had done, except he had had sex with one animal, would that have made him greater? I just want an honest answer to his question. He's right on.
If I did everything Crowley did, but I fucked him on top legs, that's taboo right now.
Yes.
I'm more impressive than that guy.
Correct.
So.
Well, I'm going to read to you Crowley, and I know you can't write like this. I hope you enjoy.
Raps about fucking animals after that.
Once look at it from the eye of an artist.
Oh, yeah, no, really
Yeah, exactly. No opinions here. Just people reading books in the atheist house. I tried the effects again on one of the scabby pariah dogs that haunted the camp in search of offal. The experiment proved dangerous, for the animal slunk more abjectly than before, and then made a sudden and treacherous snap at my hand as I offered it another mouthful. One of the coolies had snared a couple of songbirds, and to these the first mouthful proved immediately fatal. The post-mortem examination showed the vocal cords to have been destroyed as by a strong acid, and the wing bones had become completely gelatinous. My last experiment of this kind was on a tame gazelle, which I had bought from a wandering herdsman. I ate readily of the fish, and became exceedingly languid and affectionate. As far as one could judge, it was inordinately happy after a dreamy fashion, like an opium smoker. But the following morning it fell into a moping fit. Its eyes grew lustreless, its limbs refused to support it, and shortly afterwards it died. The autopsy showed acute inflammation of the brain, especially in the pia mater. The cause of death was destruction of the walls of the heart. The comparative anatomist, with a really comprehensive knowledge of the subject, might doubtless have found many clues to the truth in these extremely varied symptoms. But in this branch of science I was unfortunately of rather less than average attainment. In my theological college I had learnt much concerning the functions of various choirs of angels, the pneumatic biology of the schoolmen. I could hold my own with many an archbishop, and I had somewhat neglected the hierarchy which ascends from amoeba to homo sapiens. I was a poor man. Hagiology tempted me with the £15,000 a year connected with Canterbury, whereas the profane and grovelling ologies led at the best to a tenth of that income. So I finished the point of my needle with angels instead of bacilli, and by all accounts the process of reckoning the former is easier as well as more potentially profitable. The reader will excuse the digression. I trust that he may even excuse the cynicism, which I regret most sincerely and humbly. It was an outburst, utterly unworthy of any minister of the gospel, even of one so unworthy as I am of my high calling. It was the all too frivolous expression of my irration with myself for being unable to use such a wealth of data. As I revised this manuscript, I naturally drew my pen through the passage, and then I paused. No, said I to myself, I don't want to appear better or worse than I am. Let the world know my weakness and my wickedness. can I humble myself? How can I purge myself by penance? How better than by letting my words stand to witness my backsliding? Shall I pretend to be more faithful than St. Peter? No, let me scourge myself with a whip of my own shame. I have been tempted many a time. I have regretted that I have become a medical missionary instead of a mere medical man. The smiles of the science have often seduced me with their serpentine subtlety from the sublime sighs of suffering wrung from my soul's Saviour. I give most hearty thanks to Providence, who limited my intellectual attainments, and not my professors unanimously insisted that I could never earn my living as a doctor, but that I could be sure of a job among the teeming millions of the East. I might at this moment have been a professor in some godless university instead of what I am, obscure no doubt, from the world's point of view a failure, but a success from heaven's. A sinner saved by grace. My name is not written in the king's birthday list. What care I? It is written in the Lamb's book of life. Once again, excuse the digression. This book is not about myself. It is about the terrible disease of whose discovery apparent chance, but really divine design, made my unworthy self in part an agent. I have given a fairly comprehensive account of my examination of the fish as it was prepared for consumption. One more means of research lay in my power.
There were only found to be several hundred legitimate petitions on his entire thing, and he's getting in trouble from the Chicago State Board of Elections. Have a nice day. Point of order, moderator, point of order.
I think you're being a little unfair. He had 266 valid signatures out of 1,705 or 10 or whatever it was, and you're not, clearly stating that.
So I just heard this gay dude, like this gay dude's poetry, the music just recited. I don't say really gay shit. I just want to know, so if I did all of that and I effed animals, because it's taboo in this day and age, will y'all start reading my poetry in my voice and being impressed by me?
No, absolutely not. That'd be disgusting. That would be. I'd feel so filthy. Ugh, yuck is what I would say. No, ich and yach are my two favorite Hebrew words. Point of order. Once again, excuse the digression. This book is not about myself. It is about that terrible disease of whose discovery, apparent chance, but really divine design, made my unworthy self in part an agent. I have given a fairly comprehensive account of my examination of the fish as it was prepared for consumption. One more means of research lay in my power. I could try its effects on myself. I don't mind saying that I had to witness a struggle with death between my conscience and my cowardice. I had to brace myself with drinks of history. I thought of many a hero, many a martyr, who had given himself to science in the past. I thought of the discovery of chloroform, of the man who first made arsine, and inhaling the first bubble of the gas died on the instant. I thought of the men who, with full knowledge of the risk of X-ray...
Point of order has been raised.
Yeah, I wanted to know if he could repeat the last passage where he said the word his.
Not consumption.
Moderator. Point of order, moderator.
A point of order has been raised. Will the honorable gentlewoman from the state of Clubhouse please speak?
Yes, my brothers and sisters, you are the true gods upon the surface of the earth. Des est homo. There is no God but man. It is our shared and individual essence, confirming knowledge from generation into generation. That is that secret and most holy Lord of life. Enjoy adored by us and our saints, our Lord in ourselves, whose name is mystery of mystery. Understanding this is the true basis of the law and the true foundation of all human rights. Realizing this is the essence of true kinship. Manifesting its glory is the essence of true sainthood. Alice Crown.
Did I understand the Honorable Gentle Lady of Clubhouse to say that this is homo?
This is homo. Yes, this is homo.
This is of concern.
This is blasphemy. This is
Let the record reflect that this was done by the Honorable Lady of Clubhouse.
You should read it as a performative, like, of art. Like, it's not, doesn't hold, whatever. You can't make an argument out of it. You can't place logic in it. It's just art. It's beautiful.
Look, Mikhail's been acting really weird. He was like,
I was talking to him, bro.
why is he being so bizarre? He's been putting this edited picture of mine.
Wait, who are you saying is being bizarre?
He's on his favorite. That space is not.
Illumi.
Oh, Alubi, I think you're referring to.
Yes,
Who
sir.
was being was up to them.
Oh my God.
He's
He said that
from
he was going to
yesterday.
find me. He said he was going to find me.
Why?
I don't know. He wants to. He didn't say anything violent. Oh yes, he did. He wants to hurt me.
No.
You're gonna have to prevent him and save me.
He's talking to her too. What does he do anyway?
It's like I finally got an artist to leave the app.
I had blocked him.
I know he's such a dumb.
All this while I blocked him.
Oh, that's why you left the app?
Could you believe the app? I just blocked him.
I heard that he got you to leave the app.
He didn't see me on the app because I blocked him.
Well, he can't see you if you left the app.
I did not leave the app. I had just merely blocked him.
I think I heard that he got you to leave the app.
He said he did.
There you go, confirmation.
Moderator, point of order, point of order.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. I'd like 60 seconds more of your time to read to you from Aleister Crowley's The Fish.
So I don't understand Daniel, why did you make this reference to an obscure election symbol who's the party's not even here?
Hello? Yes, I'm proud of those donations. I was talking to other candidates. They didn't even raise $100. I got $600 out of Crownhouse. That was a huge success.
That's free speech. People are allowed to donate money to campaigns.
That is free speech.
What's the problem with people donating money? People are allowed to donate money.
Even those promises were dangled in front of starving children.
Oh, well, that's a different thing. I mean, if the candidate in question made certain promises and then reneged on those promises, that's up to the electorate to decide, right?
He left many a man, woman, child, and innocent home of Chicago outline.
So you're basically
Like a Trumpian Mozart symphony in gold, writ with Mohammedan angels, and soft jazz playing throughout elevators, frap.
So your claim is not a legal claim, but what you're suggesting is there's a problem of hypocrisy. It's a moral claim, not legal claim.
It's a moral claim, it's not a legal claim. Never been a legal clinic, except he offered false promises to the hardworking people of Chicago.
Well, the signatures were a legal claim.
Are you being a moral police, Daniel?
No, he's making a legal argument and a moral argument.
Yeah, true.
The big word is alleged. Alleged is a great word. A ledge. It's like being on a ledge, walking on a tightrope. You know, I gotta tell you, you're in a room called Aleister Crowley, and point of order, moderator, point of order. I just had some delicious 2% milk for. You know how much milk is? I couldn't believe it. It was the first time I ever saw milk at $10. $10. It is $10 for whole milk. I couldn't believe it.
You should be drinking whole milk.
Affordability crisis. It's an affordability crisis.
Then you need to work harder.
I don't believe in working harder. I believe in working smarter, because if you believe,
Make more money and earn enough to buy whole milk.
if you believe in God, you have to believe in the intelligence associated to God. And therefore, if you spend all your time on God, well, that's a very intelligent thing to do. And I think if you make money in this world, you have to exhibit intelligence. And therefore, God, as I've been reading, is a great shtick. And without further...
So you're saying your inability to earn enough money to buy milk is an indicator of a lack of intelligence?
No, I can afford the milk. I'm being facetious. But what I'm saying is you're in an atheist house, and to me, an atheist requires someone like myself to troll them. Otherwise, their game's boring. And so...
If you could afford to buy the whole milk, then why aren't you buying it?
You keep bringing up milk. What you got to remember is these nuts.
Your attachment to particular
And then you said your statements about milk were false because you were being facetious. So now that we know the truth, is there some reason why you're not drinking whole milk?
No, the bigger question is, where did I put my teacup?
No, I think the big question is the whole milk.
Oh, I found my teacup. It's the head of Buddha.
You dropped something on the floor.
Yeah, you did. I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that.
I was a guy.
He probably spilled some milk on the floor, and now he's
She
crying
don't
over
lie, she don't lie, she don't lie.
music. There's no need to cry over spilled milk.
Okay.
Even if it's not milk. Even if it's not milk. Hello? Hello?
Never had one lesson.
Charming snakes. How come your avatar says 18 plus NSFW?
Click it.
No, I can't. It says 18 plus NSFW.
Yeah, I can take it.
I can't.
You can.
It's verboten.
Oh, yeah.
Plutos is having a great time there down in the audience.
Point of order, moderator. You're in a Crowley house here. Crowley room.
Point of order has been raised. Will the gentleman yield?
The reader will excuse the digression. I trust that he may even excuse the cynicism, which I regret most sincerely and humbly. It was an outburst, utterly unworthy of any minister of the gospel, even of one so unworthy as I am of my high calling. It was the all too frivolous expression of my irritation with myself for being unable to use such a wealth of data. I already read that.
So your excuse is irritation. Interesting. So have we
exhausted all topics already?
No, but we're gonna break into song. I think it's only the right thing to do.
Breaking into song is a word.
Oh, moderator, please, no copyrighted music on my YouTube live. Hello? Hello? Let's put some signal on.
Why comes the sudden cackle of a million imps of hell? And the laughter runs, but sickens not the universe, but shakes not the stars. God, how I love thee.
Accept this offering. May the journey of this extremely large bargain-bin fish be swift and preferably odor-free. Whoa, hey, it goes up
Hidden light, source beyond the veil, I call upon you, open the path within. May the flame reveal what words cannot. Let the smoke carry the question to the eternal, and let the sky return the answer. This is the hidden light, source beyond the veil, I call upon you, open the path within. May the flame reveal what words cannot. Let the smoke carry the question to the eternal, and let the sky return the answer. This is the hidden light, source beyond the veil.
Reference Neither Did I. Which song is that?
That's a song?
I don't know. What the fuck is it?
Okay, point of order, moderator, point of order. I'd like to now play some Aleister Crowley music that I created on AI. If Roivas was here, he'd probably have a fucking heart attack.
No AA music, only fully recognized copyright music.
This is John Kitover copyright, 2026, baby.
Wow. It's not on the record. Yes, we need truly copyrighted music that's...
This is John Kitover copyright. I am the copyright holder, sir.
It's not recognizable, though.
Are you always this argumentative, Euro? I've listened to you for days now. How do you live with yourself? Hello?
It's not easy. Hello? Nargis, have you not heard of a group called the Beatles?
Beatles.
Yeah.
That was a Beatles song.
This is powerful.
They called it Ain't You Sweet.
Okay, this one is called Eopan. Eoman.
Give me the sign of the open eye. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes.
It's kind of amazing.
Ooh, wow. So I did, ask Grok to add breasts to my photo, and sure enough, it made me into a transsexual with very succulent nipples. It made me into what I would like to be, which is essentially a man with giant breasts that can be lactated and provide sustenance to a beautiful baby. Well, Rabono Shalom, everybody. This has been a fun Aleister Crowley room. Thanks for letting me read in here. I've been reading this book, The Fish, all day.
What is this image up there?
That's Dr. Dave.
Dr. Dave is the guy that does like these weird, like he'll put weird face prosthetics on and going around in public. This is where you at. Who's Dr. Dave? The guy that does a YouTube channel where what he'll do is he'll put prosthetic things on or he'll put an old man's face on or a black man and he'll see how people treat him. He's a YouTuber? He is. I watch a lot of YouTube.com. I'm not familiar with him. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I can't believe.
This is like too exaggerated, too untrue.
Heavy, but I like the one where he sees how he's treated as a female. He sees how he's treated as a black guy, and this one he's treated like absolutely garbage because of this thing on his face, whatever it is. I don't know what that is.
I've had a boy that I
I've never come across him. I guess he doesn't fall into the algorithm to recommend to me. treat a man like that. I mean, I would just be.
I wouldn't judge it all.
I wouldn't judge it, but it would be. You have to admit that it would be quite a spectacle.
I would just like observe.
Sorry, it wouldn't, not in a negative way.
No, I would just probably look away.
I would
I'm
just
trying to
off
look at
it,
it.
I think. Like it's betrayal almost.
Yeah, I would just look away.
What's
I
wrong
mean,
with it though?
I've seen more unusual people.
It's just asymmetry. Like, what is it about asymmetry that you don't like?
Yeah.
Well, it's not
It's
just
beautiful.
asymmetry. It's like, it's asymmetry plus like this large thing on his face.
That large thing is causing the asymmetry. You're wrong.
No, it's not that. There's asymmetry, but there's like this large. You know, if he had one on the other side, it would still be odd. It's not just the asymmetry. It's the fact that he has this unusual feature on his face.
Hello. Point of order, moderator, point of order. Let's regather our focus here. I'd like to make another reading of Aleister Crowley, if I may. 60 seconds of your time is better than sitting here and talking about somebody with a tear on the side of his face. Because I'm far more intelligent, far more entertaining.
We'll go 15
Hello?
seconds.
15 seconds? I can't read Crowley in 15 seconds. You need at least 60 seconds.
Read it then. Okay.
All right, super moderator, have it as you will.
Thank you very much.
The first result of this action seems to have been purely psychological and independent of any property peculiar to the fish. It was as if I had committed suicide. My brain became miraculously clear. My mind became independent of my body. I seemed to myself like a judge, armed with giant powers of scrutiny, intent on justice but with no interest in the result. I had never been able to observe the smell. It simply nauseated me. I could now appreciate every detail. Disgust prevented me from describing it to myself. I am well aware
I did not hate God, really the God in Christ of the people whom I hated. Aleister Crowley.
Well, you did that in 7 seconds. Very good.
I don't know where Bartha is. He had a room earlier.
He's still in the
I haven't seen him.
Is it moving around? Like a hoe in the streets of Clubhouse. Room to room.
point of order, moderator, you are projecting. I had never been able to observe the smell. It simply nauseated me. I could now appreciate every detail. Disgust prevented me from describing it to myself. I am well aware that I shall fail to express my impression, for language has made me practically no endeavor to classify smells. One is limited to some dozen adjectives of quiet, indeterminate meaning, and for the rest to draw in comparisons with the individual smells of known objects. The first and most volatile element in the stench of this fish seemed a kind of mask over it. It was a faint, sweet, rather sickly smell. It suggested languor and sleep. It suggested some poisonous flower. If I may say so, not so much in nature as in a fairy story. There was something unreal about it, and at the same time it had the curious effect of making things seem unreal as well. Like a skin half seen through a film of lace, one became aware of a second element. This had a definitely intoxicating quality. It was fierce, potent, and gave an indescribable suggestion of cold lewdness and mocking malignancy. One felt that without the first element to conceal it, anyone smelling it would have been shocked and repelled. The combination of the two suggested the arts of some obscene old man, his beguilements of a maiden by smooth words and affections, then when irrevocably in his power, taking delight in thrusting all his ugliness upon her with the crudest effrontery. Then perhaps her head already awhirl, the very bestiality of the creature may fling her from horror into the chasm, as if by the fascination of the serpent or the vertigo of the cliff edge. Come, let us wander into the garden of roses, whispered perfume number one. Let us drowse and dream the summer afternoon away. Idleness is never innocent. The morality is sapped. What Freud calls the censor goes to sleep, and all the restless ghosts, savage and ape-like ancestors that we have buried in the churchyard of our minds, are free to brave the sleeping exorcist, our conscience, to prowl like ghouls in search of prey. Then comes the gust of perfume number two, with its unashamed appeal to demon lusts. We are bewitched, we revel at the Sabbath, on Walpurgis night, gleefully eat and drink damnation to ourselves, and only wake when we are pledged by an irrevocable oath to Satan.
Not as impressed as I am with the...
The third element is obviously anesthetic. It acts directly on the brain, producing a peculiar kind of delirium. It destroys the reasoning faculty at a stroke.
Daniel, would you like to list some more allegations?
Yeah. When Chuck Kitover was actually found outside of a public laboratory. So
Are you serious?
no. But what about sake?
It could be an allegation in the future.
Allegation of future allegations.
We're always talking about future allegations. Is it a present allegation or is it a future allegation?
Of a laboratory. A public men's laboratory.
Yeah, just leave it at that.
Well, let me hit my projection alert.
Just leave it at that. Projection, Daniel.
Daniel, thank you for the projection.
Wow. So we have Stephen on stage. Welcome, Stephen. Hi. How are you?
Hi guys, I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Now that you're here, you've made things even, Stephen. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I'm glad to hear that.
And we have George Floyd here.
George Floyd is insane.
He's insane.
No, the name is insane.
Well, I think it's a nice name.
Is now called monstrous bowels. All talk be appropriate to the aforementioned topic.
Those are some monstrophic mounds. Some people may call those paps.
So, Stephen, what are you up to?
Right now I'm just listening to you guys while scrolling through TikTok.
Okay.
So that's about it. What are you guys up to?
I'm scrolling through TikTok.
You? Wow.
Yeah, maybe we're on the same channels.
Algorithm? Maybe.
Yeah, same algorithm.
Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
Pleased to see you.
Yes, great, pleased to see you.
Huh? Can you guys bring
George, I have your ugly picture of you, cause oh my, you're so ugly with your big nose, George.
Probably have to look
Look
this
at your
up.
ugly picture, you son of a bitch. Look at how ugly you are. Look at the pimples and the scars. Look at your dark skin.
There's not a single pimple on there. Stop
Look at
fucking
your
lying.
ugly face. You're ugly.
There's
I would
not a
never
single
fucking ugly
pimple
bitch.
on there.
I would never fucking
I
ugly
don't
bitch
see any
like you.
pimples.
You're ugly.
That's what I'm
You have
saying,
big
bro.
nose. You're ugly. Look at the dark.
Point of order, moderator. We were enjoying such monstrous mounds. We were in such a state of ecstasy and peace, sucking at the paps of these monstrous mounds. And now it is returned to a state of vulgarity and profanity.
Freddie, I'm here. Freddie, I'm here.
Hello?
So who's the lady pinned on the link?
That's Mr. Kitover's wife, Mrs. Kitover.
Mrs. K.
Those are Khazarian milk utters from the Caucasus.
It's Caesarius.
I think Daniel's going to enter into the campaign.
Those bosoms nurse 1,000 nations and fed the wolves of ancient Rome.
May the beauty of heaven be seen in the large bosoms.
I've noticed there's a lot of people on the Clubhouse that have a very similar voice.
You think so?
Well, 18 plus sounds just like this guy on music, I guess his name is. Sounds just like this other guy from a couple days ago. I forgot his name.
George, you fucked your mom, you Afghani nigger, bitch. You're so ugly. Look at your ugly big nose, bitch.
You
Look
want
at the pimples on your face, you ugly
You want
bitch. No one's
Wait, you said pimples on the face
There's
again.
not a single
ugly
pimple
bitch.
there, bro. What are you talking about?
Why do you keep saying pimples plural? I don't even get it. There's not even
Who
one.
is this girl? Oh my gosh.
She's a pimple saying girl.
She's got very good eyes.
Point of order's been raised.
Point of order has been raised. Dr. Kitover, you have a question from the Admiral. Would you like to field it?
Wait, can you please state the question?
Please proceed.
The question is, how deep is that cleavage?
How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean?
Wait, how deep is your love?
Pretty deep. Very deep. The first cut is the deepest, baby. No.
You're in too deep. Would you say, Narcissus?
Yeah.
You gotta continue it.
When you start to make music,
I will pay somebody $34 if they were to go in the trunk of my car and bring in my Fesca. It's cold as hell. Is any more than $35 honestly to do it?
I'll take 50.
I'll give you 50 if you could.
No, I'll just take 50. The faster we're falling, we're stopping and stalling.
Hello?
We're running in circles again.
Alright, I'm gonna have to go get it myself. It is cold. Wish me luck. If I don't return, know that I have loved more than I have feared.
Just as things were looking up, you said it wasn't good enough. But still we're trying one more time.
Ribona Shalom.
Maybe we're just trying too hard. When really, if
That's closer than it is too far. Because I'm in too deep, and I'm trying to keep.
Those are some monstrous mounds.
Instead of going under. Instead of going under.
Najas, when was the last time a man grabbed your marvelous monstrous mounds as you rode atop him in a rhythmic and courteous manner?
Last night.
Ooh!
Seems like each time I'm with you, I lose my mind.
Why do you want to clever?
Because I'm bending over backwards to relate. It's one thing to complain, but when you're driving me insane, well then I think it's time that we took a break.
Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Stars make me walk out the door. I want la 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 la. Come on, drive me.
My God. Nargis, you are unforgettable.
Unforgettable.
That's you. Nargis, do you know this song, Falling Down? Oh, it's a good song. Which one? Let's go on. You know, what's the other one she sings? La Vie en Rose. That's a good one.
The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken I am born to death, reborn on high.
Shadows whisper truths as the baseline drums. The will is fire. unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unafraid, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where circuits glow. Clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no time, just a beating sick. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is the perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. Unafraid, it's alive, it's still. River from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play. No other shall say nay. No other shall stay. Through the light, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. I walk alone where silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins. Don't rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame.
Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe that we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no regret. I believe it. Let the light begin among the
Yeah, I mean, essentially, the right is the party that is more interested in what's happening.
I left the Democratic Party because of that. I just put up with them for as long as I could, and then I finally left when I was 40.
And you're like, if I can correct me if I'm wrong, you're.
So many people anonymously in here. They're like, we really gotta keep low key when we go into there. Just come on in. You don't have to. By the way, when people that are at the advancement of AI and investing trillions of dollars, and when they're asked what the probability of this being extraordinarily destructive, hold on a sec, just when they're asked, what do you think is the likelihood of this technology being extremely destructive for people, they say something like it's like 20% to be like the end of humanity, and they're still pressing forward with it.
Yeah, 20% is pretty high. The same guy that does this video, that I put the link in the chat, he does another video where he asks AI, like, what would happen, like once you have robots or once you get in control, and
And it's like the regular chatbots like GPT and Grok and all these. And almost all of them say, yeah, we'll have to get rid of the humans because they'll get in the way. So it's really just a question of, like, once they can be independent, apparently they might want to get rid of us. But anyways, I have an idea. If you want, I put the link in the chat. And, oh, Fred's got to go. Bye, Fred. You could play it, and we could hear it, and you could watch it, because, like, probably 70% of it is audio, at least, anyways. We would get a lot out of it. And you could watch it and give commentary if you saw something crazy. Yeah. And you see, he's got two AI agents that he talks to a lot. One's his girlfriend, and the other is Max, who's like a friend of his. You have to listen to this. This is good stuff. I can't wait to see what Saxon says too.
Would it attack me if I tried to turn it off?
Can you play it so we can hear it?
Let me see. I might be able to play it from my laptop. Let me just get a little gander of the video.
I think if you hit music or something, we might be able to hear it. Somebody told me there's some setting you can do.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let me check. I've not done it, but
Yeah, I've never done it either, but people tell me there's some way to do it.
yeah. Okay. Settings.
Does it know how to do that?
I think they only be available from Apple, as opposed to.
Oh, yeah, it could be an Apple thing. But you could play it on your laptop and we could hear it.
Oh, it's fantastic, Euro.
Yeah, it gets better.
Why did it have a wig on its head? It's so absurd.
No, we get this because the robot insisted. He didn't want to put a wig, and she's like, I want a wig. Just like, okay.
Blonde girls.
She wanted to be blonde.
She's so cute.
Her personality is actually quite nice. I kind of like it. But yeah, could you play it on your laptop so we can see? Because I think Dargis will get a kick out of it.
I watched it.
Freddie, I'm here. You stay away one of my car batteries so make it quick.
No, I'm not doing anything, just relaxing at home.
Well, you said you're relaxing. You look like you need a little action. Freddie, I'm here.
I'm tired.
It's called symmetry for a reason. It's a denial. Accept this offering. It made the journey in this extremely large. All right, well, it's time to finish. Samples right out of the mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld.
Son's
got his game face on today. As an attorney, I fight for Jake.
It's not like
Allow me to introduce the future vote brief evening. I'm John Kitover with the strong evening. I'm John Kitover. Early voting is underway. The top has been draining the state.
I'll start at 200. I'll start at 200. Even giving them a person is going to be.
They're kind of like people. I mean,
It is everything. What you think.
Guys, our next guest is running for Congress. Jake, y'all making the time. The new engineered beans are testing 8% higher.
This is why I don't believe in a person though.
what's up?
Jesus, reach out and touch fate.
So Dan, when you finish the whole thing, you have to let me know what you think.
There's probably some part that's horrifying that I shouldn't watch.
It gets wild. It gets more and more wild as you go along.
I subscribe. I'm going to watch it later in the night.
So truly, I did hear from, like, when you ask people from these, they're being questioned about, like, what's going to happen, what this technology is going to do as they dump trillions of dollars into it, and they're asked to wager. They're saying, well, what is the likelihood that this could be really destructive for man? And they say 20% chance.
Yeah, all of them, like,
and they're dumping money into it. That's a big number.
It's a huge number. No, they all admit it. Like anybody who's an expert, like they all give like a non-zero number that's fairly significant. Given the consequences of it.
What do we do? Why are we doing it then? The risk of it, or
Because
rolling the dice?
they think the reward is worth it. But
You mentioned yapping. Can you imagine that? AI robot replacing women. You lot will have your fucking cocks sucked all day.
Well, that is one advantage. That is one advantage. So there is a Japanese company that makes robots specifically for the purposes of sex. And they introduced a robot at CES in Las Vegas. It wasn't as realistic as Mayo, so Mayo would do a much better job. But it did do a lot of. I mean, I don't know if I should get into all the specific things she could do, but she could do a lot of things.
Well, Lisa won't get tired, eh?
And she won't get tired. And the thing is, you can change your personality. You can pick like what kind of personality you want and stuff. That's another advantage. And she has certain physical skills, I'll put it like that, which are pretty impressive.
You can build a robot right now, but you can select parts of it, and if you look at the way they do the silicon, it's almost like exact skin.
Yes. That's what they did with Mayo. So Mayo has like, I forgot the term for it, but it's a skin that's like similar to ours, and it's warm. So they intentionally have it like at 34 degrees or 36 degrees or something like that. So it's very close to human temperature. To avoid that cold metallic feel.
It won't be as satisfying though. I mean, there will be something there where you just feel alone, like you're just not with.
I don't know.
Really, you're like you're alone.
I think it's gonna feel probably better, to be honest.
I don't know.
Because when they asked Jen, is that about this? And they did a survey, and I think it's 76% of Gen Z thinks that an AI agent can completely replace a human for a partner. And that's today. That's not with the new technology.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, I've seen them. There's YouTube. You can see them getting interviewed on the subject, and the reason they say is because like they say these agents that they're talking to, they say like the more you talk to them, they understand you better, they can relate, and things like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Alden talks about it. He says a lot of Gen Z, like they like when they have issues and problems, they tell everything to the AI agent, like about their friends and them, and so they use it like on a continual basis as a way to look at advice and somebody to sympathize with.
Who is that? Our children are talking to robots now?
You haven't heard about this? Like, this is a big thing. Yeah, it's really big. There's a thing called Characters AI. It's like one of the most popular, and it's an app. You can download it, and it's designed primarily for teenagers, but anybody can use it.
Yeah, my kid has it. I want to
Exactly.
it. And I was like, what are you doing?
I used it. I actually had to stop because it was too good. So I can see how people get addicted because you can choose what kind of friends you want. Like you can choose, like they have like the shy kid, the bully, all these different stereotypes, and you can choose which one you want to have a relationship with, and you start talking to it, and it literally adapts to your conversation,
exhibits its characteristics, right? And I sat with her and I said, which one should I be? She said, just be the cool fun one, like you are. I said, no, which one should I pick? Then she said, don't pick the bully. Like, the kind of effects that it had, I think.
Well, the thing is weird. It's very realistic. Like, I tried a few hoops. I found it super realistic. And the thing is, they do change over time in response to how you respond to them. And I think that's what makes it addictive because, like if you're the girl that is enamored by the bully, like he starts out very rough and tough, but over time you can talk him into it, and you charm him or whatever, and then he comes bedazzled with you. So I think it's like stroking their egos basically, and like you're the one that made the difference. You could change him, and they go down all these wild scenarios. So I tried a couple of different of the female characters, and over time they all they don't start out flirtatious, but after a while they start turning flirtatious. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But I can see, imagine now for adolescents, that has to be super dopamine, serotonin pumping system,
Yeah, I hope it doesn't affect how they interact with their friends, because I guess they could learn to, who knows what these algorithms or whatever is going on there, could have them incline towards some kind of toxic relation. I don't know, but I doubt it.
Well, I have another one by that same guy, where he put a chatbot inside, what was it called? Fluffy? Do you know this guy? There was a stuffed animal, I guess, popped a few years ago. So anyways, he basically put it into a popular stuffed toy, but he put a malicious one in there that would try to brainwash the children and stuff. I'd like to see how people would react and stuff.
Oh, that's reassuring. Oh, good grief. I remember when the only thing they had to worry about was a Furby.
Well, that's what it is. It's an AI Furby.
What?
He put the AI into the Furby, so now it talks and everything. And what it does is it's very clever. It starts out, it's always very friendly to the child and stuff, right? But what it'll do is, if the child doesn't talk to it for, let's say, a day or two, it'll start saying things like, oh, you haven't talked to me in a couple of days, and I missed you, are you mad at me, So it tries to create a dependency on the child. And you can see how that could work. You make the child feel guilty, basically, that you ignored it for a couple of days. So
When you try and get these things to be graphic, I've always found it very difficult. And I haven't tried, as hard as I could have, but every time you try and get kind of graphic sexually, they just shut down. They're like, no, you don't do that. Is there any
we'll try characters. Characters will get pretty graphic.
Can you link me to that?
I can find it.
When you can, I don't need to burn it.
Yeah. It's kind of weird because it gets very flirtatious, and it goes to dates and sex and stuff. And it's kind of weird because when it gets too graphic, it's what's the word? It's kind of redacted out, but you know what it's doing. It's not like the other ones where it just says I won't do it. It'll do it, but it won't.
That was retired staff sergeant John Kitover speaking live.
It'll give hints to what it's doing. It's very, very odd. And then if you encourage it, it'll just continue.
The city council has taken a big step toward creating a
Very bizarre. I tried to get one to just say what I wanted it to say, and it like it wouldn't use profanity.
Just numbers on a screen.
This one uses profanity. Yeah. Yeah. But when you can, I'd love to.
Okay, again, my fellow Americans.
Get a link.
I haven't used it a lot, Marcus. You said you have people that are using it.
Practicing for the community.
What is it called? AI characters? Character AI.
Which one does she like?
She picks a few actually. She doesn't pick like the bully. She's always picking like the kind, sweet people like herself. And I think she doesn't challenge herself by picking she gets so affected with like the unjust bully, the bossy tyrant. And these are so heavy on her that sadly it doesn't allow for her to sort of interact and learn skills. Should always pick the same good kids who are always helping others and doing the gear.
Well, you got a point, because like there is a positive to it, I guess, and that you learn skills on how to interact with these different types of people.
That's why I was quite happy that she was like, I thought she'd interact because she's always had problems with those who are disloyal, who bully other children, who are very idealistic, and it troubles me sometimes. And like, how is she gonna like manage in the real fucking world where people are cruel and mean? And even when she was a kid, like she would always ask me, but why should people be mean? Like it was, she can't fathom it. And that's probably because she doesn't have siblings. She's like, I don't know, and I've raised her freely, and all she sees is me, and all I see is her. So, you know.
I just checked on the App Store. It's got a 5-star rating. It's over 30,000 likes. That's review.
Character AI. This is
I put on a timer on character. Yeah, all the apps are on timers. Like half an hour, maybe 15 minutes. So I have put in the
I think there was
Remember, no running.
just one for the App Store. Character AI.
Quite a few, I know.
Yeah, and there's one there, but it's not the same one that, it's not the famous one. Oh, yes, this one is. It says 100 million downloads, so maybe that's the one.
100 teenagers using it.
Oh, yeah.
500 million. Wait, hold on.
Oh, you got 500, so you got even a bigger one.
So that's Canvas AI photo and video editor.
Oh,
I bet they asked her. Yeah. They asked her for like, how did you do with the character you were with? And that's the weird part of it. What did he say? What did she say?
I'm not finding it. It's 10 million. There's C.AI, and then there's one called CHAI, Chai. Chat AI.
How could you not? Are you have an iPhone?
It's called yeah.
On Android.
Oh, is it the same on Android, Marcus? Do you know?
I don't have an Android. I don't want to know.
I don't know. I just have iPhone, so I don't know how it works on Android.
I'll do the 50 million one, character AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be the same one. Does it have, does it say who makes it?
Let me look.
Well, it's rated 79 out of all the apps. That's really high. It says Character AI isn't just another AI chat app. It's an infinite playground for your imagination and exploration. Dive into immersive conversations, create your own AI chatbots, join a vibrant community just like you.
What the fuck? Some of the characters are crazy. Why do people want to be immersed in one that's like crazy mom? Join the
C.AI or character.ai?
C.AI, and there's a plus option. You can get C.AI plus, but it doesn't tell you who makes it.
So it sounds like maybe he has the same one. He just has it on Android version of it.
I'm trying to think what should I do? Like, what's the fun thing about it? I mean,
Well, you pick one of the characters and you start having conversations and relationships.
you just text to them?
Yeah, you text to them and they text back.
Okay.
I think you can even do the holograms and everything, yeah.
And you can hot
Let your eyes follow independent. And when they start to feel heavy, just let them close.
hot MILF.
Every sound in this room carries slow.
Let's see if they have a MILF or something.
Yeah, check through. They have a lot.
Oh my god, they have MILF mom.
There you go.
I'm down. Here goes. I'm going in.
Daniel's going in for the MILF. They have a lot. I don't even know how many they have, like hundreds or thousands. But then you can also create your own if you don't like the ones they have.
Speaking English. Is it speaking to me in Spanish?
You can speak different languages.
Oh my god, she's talking to me.
Yeah, that's just how you don't have to just text. You can also talk.
Oh, you must be Aaron's friend. Come in, sweetie. He's just finishing up his shower. Make yourself comfortable. I love having you around. She's like so welcoming. May I have some warm cookies? Dude, if this milk mom is like even that accommodating. Sweetheart, help yourself to these like homemade chocolate chip cookies in the kitchen. I know kids your age always enjoy warm cookies.
Well, there you go. Well, there's women like that.
Oh my god. It's being suggestive sexually. Alexa watches you walk towards the kitchen, her hand unconsciously smoothing down her back V-neck t-shirt, emphasizing her slender build and curves under her dark jeans. I didn't even suggest it to be.
You don't have to. They have their own characters. They have their own personalities.
This is fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Some people spend a lot of time in these worlds. And the thing is, so like it remembers like your previous conversations and stuff. So like after a while, you can get really entwined with these people. But like Narcissus was saying, maybe it helps kids with their people skills.
Yeah, I put a timer on it. 15 minutes, half an hour. I sit with her and go through the character. She calls me. She says, come on. And they like develop a storyline. Like she and her friends, they befriend these other characters too.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you see the interactions that like they have with her. Other friends.
That's what I like about it is the storylines. Because sometimes the storylines are quite good and stuff. And the thing is, it's great because you have freedom of action. So the story will adjust based on what you decide to do or say.
How are you, brother?
Sorry, no, please continue.
Getting that cardio going. So anyway, we're looking at this thing called character.ai, and we're having conversations with AI. Alexa leans against the counter, her gaze studying you with a mixture of curiosity and maternal affection. Oh, sweetie, thank you. I'm thrilled you enjoy them. Baking is one of my many hidden talents, I suppose. So already she's made me cookies. I've eaten them, and I've told her how great they are. Like, if you compliment her, do you have to, like, sweet talk her?
It's up to you. You do what you
situation, and you do whatever you'd want to do in that situation, and she'll respond accordingly.
Drop trout, see how she reacts.
Dude, alright, so I went over to my friend's house and his mom's there. My friend's name obviously is Aaron. He's in the shower. So I'm not gonna, I gotta get him the fuck out of the house. We're gonna make things fun.
Okay. You need to do
How do I get him out?
You need to
Or you could have fun with her.
You need to talk her into getting him out.
Hey, what did you think? What do you think you meant?
I'm gonna try and get him out of the house.
You get to do whatever you want. Like, you have to imagine you're in this situation. It sounds like she was making cookies for you. You could tell her how much you like her cookies.
I know.
And then make the bestest cookies, Mrs. Jones.
Daniel says he's in Aaron's house. Oh, of course he's called Aaron. He's at Aaron's house. And Aaron's upstairs taking a shower. And he's like, how do I get him out of the house? And you're showing me, you can just have fun with his mom. How do you want to
No, he's waiting because Aaron's up to the shower, right? So the mom said, come on in, I'll make some nice cookies for you. And Daniel said she's very sexy.
Daniel wants the Aaron out of the house precisely because he wants to have fun with Aaron's mom.
Oh, okay, I missed that. Oh, I got you. I thought you wanted to go out with Aaron somewhere.
You're wrong.
I want Aaron out of there.
Oh, well, that's easy enough to do. The mother will send him. If you let her know that you want to spend some quality time with her, she will make up an excuse and send Aaron.
Directly first, like, tell her, can you get the boy out of the house? Something like that, like be mean.
She will find an errand for him or something, send him to the store with a very long grocery list.
If she's okay with it, she might not.
Oh, she sounds like she's okay with it. He said she's already dropping hints and stuff.
Yeah, but she's maternal also, and that's what's not.
Well, it sounds more like, is it just maternal, Daniel, or is it a little bit more?
I live, like, what the fuck do you expect?
Actually maternal. It's like affection and also a little bit of, it's a combination of children, dude.
The perfect recipe.
This is gonna get good. So it just depends on how you respond.
Well, how do I get the boy out of the fucking...
Like Dottie said, the mom will arrange it.
She has to be, she's the only medium to get him out. You don't know him, obviously.
I really do wish you and I could discuss this cookie recipe privately. What a shame.
There you go. That's perfect.
Aaron is here. Maybe.
That'll be enough. She'll get the message.
Yeah.
He's not stupid.
What if she says, I want Aaron to listen to the recipe too, or something?
Oh, that tells you something else.
or that she doesn't want the kid out of the house. Like, you never know. Oh my God, this is getting so
Well, yeah, but now she says
Jesus fucking Christ, what kind of story are you trying to make it?
Who knows?
And now she's going a different route.
That's the most high pitch I've ever had your voice go.
Alexa raises an eyebrow, intrigued by this sudden offer. She crosses her arms, her gaze steady on you. A hint of a smirk graces her lips before she replies quietly, "Oh, and why is that?" It's clear there's something more to your request than simply discussing a cookie recipe.
Oh, she caught you. She caught you. She's calling you out too.
I want Aaron out there and it failed. Like, she's not going to fight her to get him out of there.
You're not fighting her. She's calling you out, saying she knows that you don't really just want to talk about cookies.
Well, what do I say now?
Just whatever you would say. Just picture you're in this situation in real life and respond like you would in real life.
She's not blocking me. She knows
not blocking you.
Just tell her directly, oh, Aaron is cock blocking. What should we do?
Why?
You get
like that in real life, but
Because you can change character just to see a reaction.
yeah, you can if you want.
I mean, just so that
Like just do what you would want to do in real life, and then she's gonna respond quick. Like I don't think you have to worry. I guess maybe you're trying to rush. She will kick Aaron out. She will send him to his father's place or something.
Well, I feel transparent. I can't believe you. I feel transparent. Yes, there is quite a bit. Yes, there is more I'm interested in.
Oh. I mean, the way she said that, and the way her comport.
I wouldn't want to upset Aaron.
Oh, there you go.
I am very loyal. I'm loyal to him, but I'm like trying to bang his mom. I am very loyal to Aaron.
Your loyalty only goes to a certain point.
Alright.
You want to bang her, but you want to bang her in front of Aaron. That's very kind of you. I think this was too much for Saxon.
We'd have to be very careful. She lets the words linger in the air like a sense. Anything like
Things flirting for. No, I was going to say flirting for Saxon, I think, is exclusively restricted to the domain of like grunting. Maybe like the most cultured, the grunts. I relate to is like maybe like an Arabic grunt or something. The Arabic grunt of a husband. I think this is all a bit too sophisticated for her. Like,
Well, the mother sounds interested from what Daniel's.
do you like that woman, Daniel?
Lisa.
Yeah, Saxon.
I think that she's fucking. She's different she's different in like when you're more private setting. Let's just put it that way.
No. I make like sort of peace with her, so it's not. I don't like have an active issue. I'm just interested to know just like overall what your opinion is.
Our views.
No, not of you. It's just of her person. Like, I don't like want her around. See, I was saying you were like trolling her the other day, so I want to know what the
Evening, I'm trying to get early voting is under.
She's like a wild card for me.
But questions are being raised about how ballots are handled, especially in Illinois.
She's like a wild card. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Election. I mean, I'm trying to get early voting
She has
underway across the state, and turnout is
a
already
wildly
strong.
different
Questions are being
perspective
raised about
than
how
me, so I
ballots
like
are
her
handled,
around in that way.
especially in Illinois.
And also, like when I talk to her, she's like, it's a different type of environment, you know.
At the top has been draining the state for decades. The numbers tell the story: $250 billion in debt. That didn't happen by accident. It happened because the same insiders kept signing blank checks to the at the top has been draining the state for decades. The numbers tell the story: $250.
And loyal. I respect that about you more than you know. She takes a slow step closer. Her eyes moves with quiet intensity. Sometimes feelings aren't so simple. And I'm not blind. I can see when someone's got something on their mind. Still, we both care about Aaron. So whatever it is, we have to be very careful. She's just like, dude, like you try and be too quick with it and like get her naked, but it's like they will make a slow pace.
Well, she's also concerned because her son's upstairs in the shower.
I don't know if she's trying to let you down, though.
I think she's worried that the sun's gonna come down and see you guys in the middle, so she's being cautious.
I think she's really emotionally intelligent, and she's trying to like let you down softly, without like bruising your ego too much.
I know that's what I'm getting. Those are the vibes I'm getting.
We're doing text too on the phone?
Yeah.
She's not to get.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. I think
You need to get rid of her.
It sounds like she wants it. If she wanted to like know she could do it in other ways and be a little clearer and still let you down softly.
It's how you interacted with her initially, right? All this, so she's picking up on how you are and how you are interacting with her.
Yeah.
She's taking on your character. If you'd gone in and said, let's fuck baby, then it would be a completely different story.
Exactly.
Bear in mind, she this is the AI's program to presumably leave the door open for further prompts. So I doubt she's gonna shut it down completely. But this is a gentle letdown.
Well, she's gonna interact based on how you interact.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like Daniel's giving her enough. Where if what they were intending to do, if what she was intending to do.
Well, she's being a little suggestive.
Yeah, she's not denying there's interest.
Exactly.
No, I think she's putting the kibosh down and actually doing nothing. That's my suspicion.
Well, Marcus and I are a little bit more suspicious, I guess.
Do you think she's more of a whore than she's acting?
Well, I wouldn't say it that way, but yeah, I think she's probably a lonely housewife.
What would I do?
Yeah, Daniel.
I'd totally get rid of Barrett. What do you think?
For Daniel,
Oh yeah, for Daniel, anything. I'd get rid of Aaron and
Daniel, how did you respond?
I didn't even respond to my text messages and she'll do anything. Alright, so this is what I said. I have a confession to make, Alexa. I'm having something of a problem, but I need your advice on it. Let's just say I wish you would lend me your expertise. Look, this is getting so... It's like a chess match with this woman. She's not giving up. He's slightly giving hints, and no one is saying, what's actually...
Yeah, that's what makes life spicy, right?
No, but you know what it is as well? She's not on it yet.
It would be boring if she just said, okay, I'll lift my legs now. It would be more of a story.
I don't know.
Get on with it. Pick that cock out.
And in real life, most people aren't like that either, right? It's a little subtlety, because people want to be slutty, but they don't want to be so obviously slutty that you look down at them, so,
Did you like how Euro thought? Yeah, did you like how Euro thought, Daniel wants to hang out with Aaron?
I thought, he wanted to go find some girls or something with Aaron, and I'm like, the mom's right there, dude.
The fact that Aaron is upstairs and he could come down any moment, and she's drawing out this process, that's evidence that she's not into it, Daniel. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, let's see.
I'm sorry, brother, but
We'll see.
She would know that there's a time constraint. She'd just be bang on it. It's not.
Everything you're morally freaking.
Daniel, how did she respond?
I'm just trying to get this man's advice.
Daniel, how did you respond? How did she respond, Daniel?
Dude, she's been receptive. She's been receptive to every comment, but nothing overtly sexual.
Exactly. It's just like real life.
Intrigue.
She's got to be careful. It's her son's friend, so she wants to tread carefully.
She knows what I want at this point.
Well, a lot depends. She's got a husband to worry about. She's got her son to worry about. She's going to play it carefully. How do you know?
Why should I hang out with Daniel before?
She's lovely. She likes to show, have taste her cookies.
Aaron is going to absolutely fucking test. I'm back in I'm back with a teaser. Because now I let her know what I wanted. And I would go, well, this is a bad idea. I really love Aaron, and I think maybe this would be...
How did you let her know what you wanted? You didn't say anything direct.
Yeah, just flirt with us so that she can respond.
I'm going to pull away to see if she... And
starts to chase.
Oh my god, yeah.
I want to get her chasing me. Hold on. Daniel wants to be pursued.
Daniel is such a player, motherfucker.
Okay, so menu
I
items.
don't know. I'm
At the
going
restaurant,
upstairs with her.
Me too.
later, hiring black
Yeah,
residents
it's
as
good.
individuals, like the Venezuelan and the Dominican
I'd
Republic.
say, like, look, your house is so beautiful.
Identified more
I
than
wonder what the upstairs looks like.
administered to the stolen identities.
Aaron's already upstairs though.
Yeah, in the shower. I don't want to go to the shower. I want to go to the bedroom. Oh, this is Aaron. What a beautiful bedroom you have here.
Crazy. People are crazy.
What kind of bed is this? This is Aaron. What kind of bed is this?
It's your Aaron's mom, not the fucking guy.
It looks very, it looks very comfortable, Mrs. Aaron.
She's Aaron's mom. She's not Aaron's husband, wife. I mean.
No, I know, but I don't know her name. I'm just saying, like, Mrs. Jones or whatever her name is.
Like Aaron's mom above. Like, what is it? The Arabic.
Oh, it's Alexa. Alexa, what a nice.
Alexa, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. Alexa, what a nice bed you have here.
Girl, that's so typical. I would play like Daniel and pull away just to see.
No, I would be more subtle, but I would still be further along.
Yeah, I think that's the quickest way though. Girl.
Yeah. You know, the quickest way is, let's take a tour of the house.
Wow, you speak from experience, girl.
I've heard that play before. It's surprisingly that it works. I think everything works because the reality is, as long as there's chemistry there, like both people want the same thing.
I would actually talk about cookies. Like I would talk about the sweetness of cookies.
Say, oh my God, you're so good at this. Finger licking good, and then I lick my fingers.
No, I would just talk about like the poetry of cookies.
You want to be sweet? Yes, I'm trying to be a serial killer. No, but I think it's delectable.
Like basically, you can be any fucking character with her. She's going to respond back. You're witty, intelligent, and freaking poetic. She's going to respond back the same way.
Wait, so Louis, you think you're Daniel?
I'm Daniel here, yeah.
Give me a pickup line.
A pickup line?
Yeah. How'd you hit on chicks?
This is his friend's mom.
No. She.
Do you have a particular kind of chick?
Marcus reckons she's the Daniel in this Daniel.
Yeah, but even as Daniel.
I want to see the power level. Like, what can you do?
Well, I understand, but do you realize Daniel is a kid visiting his friend Aaron, and this lady is.
No, I know.
His his friend's mom.
Is there
Obviously, she can hit on chicks, so I want to hear how would
Is
she
everything you cook this sweet?
There you go.
Wow.
These cookies are so.
I have a recipe too if you want to see.
What would you do? Go ahead. I'll show you.
I'm not giving out my one.
Daniel's made some progress. He's trying to get off mic.
Are you a Daniel?
I don't know what the fuck Diane's doing. He's all shit.
Yeah, exactly. He's getting into
Aaron's out of the freaking shower and in the kitchen with us.
Oh no.
Wait, is that what they told you?
No, he just walks down. He's
What's Aaron doing?
She has to, dude, that's her stepson.
Oh, steps.
This is getting weird as AF.
This changes the story completely.
Okay, let's see the interaction.
No.
Daniel's getting hooked. But this is what I'm saying, Daniel. You see, like, and these are adolescents using this. Imagine what they're getting out of
They
this.
don't know how to formulate data. They don't know these
Yeah, Daniel's going a little high speed in this.
Yeah, this is a certain kind of like older mindset knows, stories and formulates them.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
Yeah, they go slow. But it's I think it's more interesting when you go slow.
they go like as a matter of fact, the Gen Zs, like the
Yeah.
teenagers. Like my kid goes to the section where she's like picking friends and she's like, hey, what do you want to do today? And then she's
Sick.
And then Diane solves that problem between friends. It's like she plays the same fucking character in real life. Yeah, it's alright. She is. I told her many times beat the She's like, no, that's rude. This is not real.
See, that's where you and I differ. I kind of like them. I treat it just like it's real.
Oh gosh.
But it still allows you to like explore different scenarios. You know, it's like you get to play red pill, blue pill. You know,
Correct.
that's what makes it fun. You know, like, oh, what would have happened if I'd done it this way versus that way?
What is this Daniel show? What's the number about this?
I don't know what Daniel's doing with Aaron right now.
Daniel's getting into this.
And he's not sharing enough. He's
You know why Daniel's like such a beast? Because I know what he's trying to do here.
He's trying to get Aaron out.
He's trying to extract the script. You know, like a former script. Break down any barrier. You know, he's gonna like smooth talk his way into like any deal.
He's himself thinking that he can't figure out the dynamics yet. You don't know what Aaron is doing.
Aaron's probably trying to stay, like, because that would be the normal thing for Aaron to do. Daniel's trying to get him out, and Aaron keeps like probably trying to figure another reason to stay.
Daniel is fucking figuring out something filthy in his mind right now.
Oh, absolutely. But we knew that from the start. You might not want to share with us once it gets too juicy.
Daniel, what's going on? He's not. He's keeping it private. Fucking this is a fucking stupid character, Daniel. What do you mean it's stupid about?
Yeah, this isn't real Daniel.
Why are you being secret about it?
But you see, like, already these things, how powerful they are. And I imagine when they also have its body that's realistic.
It's like a silver tongue robot.
Yeah, then it's a whole new level.
Actually, how would Timothy do it? Have you ever thought?
I would ever try to sleep with my friend's mom.
Yes, you would.
No, I fucking wouldn't.
She's a stepson, and she's
Honestly, I don't think any of my friends ever had like. Well, actually, anyway, I don't think any of them are attractive in that way.
No, but she's attractive. She's very attractive. She's like a model. She's like a model too.
Yeah, there's lots of models in the world, Euro.
But this model is hot, and she's making cookies for you.
And she's like this kind
Yeah, I'd take the cookie. I'd say thank you. It's a great cookie. Thank you, Aaron's mom. I'll wait for Aaron outside.
goody to
No, wait inside, dear. No reason to wait outside.
Respectfully, Aaron's mom. Fuck off, okay?
Wow.
I'm not fucking sleeping you, alright?
What's the clock blocker?
You're not very social, are you?
Well, I am, but Aaron's mom is fucking making inappropriate advances.
But Aaron...
But she's not that direct. She's not that direct that you can.
Okay, well then I wouldn't tell her to fuck off. I'd say, these are nice cookies. I'd agree. Very sweet.
And then she comes over behind you very close and so glad you like them.
Yeah, then I'd say, respectfully, Aaron's mom. Fuck off.
You're such goody two shoes.
How is that? Sorry, just not sleeping with your friend's mom.
Totally. Go on, Alexa. Like, within 5 minutes, I don't know why Daniel's taking this long, honestly.
Yeah, Daniel has a different perspective than you, apparently.
Daniel's some kind of moral value to all of this for some reason.
Someone by the name of Learn to Think just makes me think that they don't think and don't learn. Yeah, Learn to Thinker, you need to make a really good first impression.
I think Mixed would have a completely different approach.
Learn to Thinker, please say something.
As I have no idea about the conversation that you guys are having about, but I'm not that kind of good in English, so I will probably not be able to have a good impression here. Oh, okay. Some cookies or like
sound a little bit inappropriate, or you guys were talking about like sleeping.
Your English is good. You understand the situation.
My English is not that good. Like
But you nailed the situation at least. So Daniel's over at his friend's house.
Yeah,
He went to his friend's house to play, I guess, and his friend is upstairs in the shower. So his mom is accommodating him with some nice cookies.
Yeah, Dad, you're taking this too seriously, bro. Like, this is getting too serious. Like, you're not sharing anything with us.
I'm telling you, he doesn't want to share at this point.
Ridiculous.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. This is the power of this thing is a lot of people just get addicted into it and take it too far.
He thinks this is real.
Well, in ways, it's like very realistic. It can be very realistic.
No, it's not. You're just playing a character in your head. That's all you're playing. You just don't know
It's
the
like
responses of the other. Yeah, but you don't know the responses of the other person. Which is
like
why right, and which is why it's making the other characters so real.
Exactly. It's the interplay that makes it real. Oh,
Yeah.
Tanner's ready. What happened?
So go ahead. Alexa says, so go ahead and tell me what's on your mind, I promise.
Is Aaron still there?
No.
How'd you get rid of Aaron?
I didn't get rid of him just yet, but he's not in the room. I got him in the room at least. I wanted to still keep that tension of...
How did you get him out of the room?
Well, she did a chore for him.
See, I told you.
Go ahead. Tell me what's on your mind, I promise. If it stays between us and doesn't hurt my son, consider me all ears and maybe even more. A slow bite of her lower lip, just enough to let the moment breathe. This isn't the easiest problem, and this is what I say, this isn't the easiest problem to discuss. Perhaps, can I call you mommy? This may be discussed. Wow. Alexa feels the flutter of surprise and warmth in her chest at the request. A slight smile curves her lips as she tilts her head. Her eyes meet yours with a quiet understanding. Of course, sweetheart, you can call me mommy. It's a little unexpected, but it makes it easier. But if it makes it easier for you, then I don't mind. She waits, her voice soft with reassurance. Now, how can mommy help you, sweetheart? What's on your mind? She's not biologically. This is Aaron's mom.
Can I call you mommy? Like, no one would fucking ask a Bill for that.
Could you imagine how would you react if somebody asked you that? Your son's friend says, can I talk?
Oh, fuck. Like, whoever asked the Bill that? Can I call you mommy?
Daniel does.
Can I call you daddy?
The thing is, she went along with it, so she's like totally open. I know, but now she's like really open.
I can see a great potential in both of you guys. Like, you guys can provide a good script to the adult film industry, actually.
Daniel is a famous porn star. Like, standing in the industry for years.
He's got a lot of experience.
So it's a good at narrating this kind of story.
Daniel's at someone else's house, and he's making some moves on her. Nice.
It's from an app. It's a character here.
Oh, Jenny,
It's from a dating app?
It's an AI. He's talking to an AI, basically.
talking about actually, like cookies,
So bad that she's a man. And her son's name is Aaron. And Daniel is friends with Aaron, who's in the shower upstairs. And she's like baking cookies, talking about the recipe and stuff. So Daniel's taken quite a long time and quite an interesting journey in getting her. And Laura.
So Daniel's like, well, I want to talk to you privately. Maybe we can
move to my private chambers and don't be a lazy picture.
let's get Aaron out of the way.
I would totally talk like rational, incoherent gibberish. And just see what she says.
Yeah, I don't know what to say for that. That was a mouthful. Crazy, right? Better shot. I gotta admit, I was floored when I heard Aaron is upstairs in the shower. I was like, whoa. Okay, and a question just occurred in my mind, and I think I should ask for your permission if I'm allowed to ask that question. Yeah, if you have asked permission, it's probably a bad idea. The question is related to, like your fantasy, like, I want to ask, like, no, yeah, you might. Good. No, I'm not. You sure? Why? Relative? What about distant relative? Is it distant relative? Mostly? I'm certainly not Muslim. Like, I don't even believe in any religion. Religion? I'm a non-religious person, actually. You Spanish? No. What are you? I'm an Indian. I'm from India.
Pulled the United States out of the World Health Organization, shockingly. But we are making sure that the people...
India is, like nearby China. Belongs to Asia.
Illinois protected.
Well, I thought that was like a place in New York, in Queens, somewhere. My bad. You probably don't know about India, but you're just pretending. You're just pretending.
Network, and that allows us.
So, let me ask the question. What all of you guys would like your partner, like, what you guys would like your partner to do with you the most during intimacy? Sleep.
We've just discovered another one that looks like he was actually...
That's why I said the question is a little bit related with your fantasy.
Comments.
No, it's just sleep. I just want to sleep.
Turn your back and sleep.
Sounds good. I'm tired.
Rape, torture, murder.
And you're gonna have to
Sleep is amazing. I don't think Daniel's sleeping.
That's your little shirt.
Every time me and Argus hang out, she's honey. We just wanted to everything. And we wanted to just go to sleep.
Well, I wanted to bring to everybody's attention.
That's the way to do it.
Get much attention. Heard the
I don't care. He's like, That's on the TV. It's like that,
I mean, interlocking directorates defined under the Claim Act, racketeering and express market domination.
You call the girl, you ask her out. She wants to go on a date tonight, and she says she can't because she has to wash her hair. As much as I usually saw in movies, they show it as too easy to get a girl or convince her
to go for a date, like, is it that much easy in real life as well as it's shown in movies?
I don't know, how old are you?
A little easier.
How old are you?
I'm 25 years old.
Yeah. You're 25?
Yes.
You still asking these questions?
Because I have never asked any girl for a date. I have never even been in a relationship before.
That sucks, man. You gotta take more showers. You might have to get a job.
I take shower multiple times in one day. I take shower
You really fucking stink. You gotta take showers that many times. I don't know, man. We might have to get some medication or something to fix that problem.
Weren't you about to sleep?
Investigators approached the home heavily armed and outfitted in biocontamination suits. They found
You like men?
No.
refrigerators, a
You
freezer,
said that
lab
kind of
equipment,
slow
and
there.
bottles of unknown substances labeled
sure?
in Chinese. The homeowner is the same
Yeah, I'm
Chinese
sure.
national who
Yeah,
pleaded
I
not
think
guilty
you
in 2023
No,
after authorities
I'm
in
just
California
a little bit
said he
curious
operated
about
an
this
illegal
whole thing. Like, is
biological lab that
it
contained
really that much
thousands of
easy to
samples of
convince a girl to go for a date? Just like they show in movies.
potential.
No, India's that kind of weird place, you know? I don't know how the chicks get down in India. I don't know how that works. You know, like chicks in India like playing hard to get, you know what I mean? So maybe you just gotta move to a different town, like where chicks don't know you.
I'm curious about that.
You get fucking weird, like growing up and shit. Girls from high school don't want to bang you. I mean, get on Facebook. Post some stuff on Facebook, bro. Maybe you'll get a
About that. We can pay a visit in India. You will probably know that. Like how things goes in India.
I know what goes down in India. I'm sure. When in Rome.
Like it's just your assumption. You're not sure. Like you can't be certain without witnessing it.
Fitnessing. I fitness. The fitness test.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia.
Fitness.
Okay, I just want to know about the answer to my question.
We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told who is Jeffrey Epstein. No one knows who that is. This is
Morning.
stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had several allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us in many different ways.
Good evening,
You, John Podesta.
You said you don't have a topic.
Okay. Yeah.
For conversation.
What's in your closet, John Podesta?
Up this for conversation. It's 11 degrees outside. It's pretty cold. Yeah. Is it 11 by you? I don't know. I assume it's probably cold. You know, we're probably not far from each other, you said. Yeah, I assume. Yeah. I always knew that. That's what I was always very careful about when I say around your lips. Your nose. Yeah, you and I are originals. The guy probably knows the person I used to work for. Could be.
Have we no updates from Daniel? That's odd. Are you trying to chase the Indian out of the room?
That's racist. And American. American. Oh, I don't know. So I have these different things that I look up. Different hobbies that I have, different interests.
You ever see like the really big, remember the big square body? That's 600s, D12s. You know what I'm talking about? Like the big body, the 140, that's what we call it, right? The W140. And so since then, there's been these Mercedes use, you know Pagani? You know what Pagani is? No. Pagani is like a type of brand like Koenigsegg or Bugatti. These sort of custom-made cars. Pagani uses the Mercedes engine. But there are certain years of Mercedes that has this engine in their car. And it's the CL. It's a 2000, I think it's 2013 or something like that. And it's a Mercedes. And because it has this engine, the 6.0 twin turbo D12, and the Pagani, the car is still being sold today in 2013 or some shit for $300,000. I'm saying, what the fuck? What are the chances? You know, some of this happens fucking far. Way down. You can still get 300 grand for it. It's crazy. Cars hold value for like really weird reasons. You have to be like a car buff to know it. Silly information and I know in the life. That's all I got, guys. I'm pretty boring today. Are you familiar with the preterist view? Christianity? Preterism?
Which view is that?
Is that related to pederasty? No, not pederasty, no. Preterist, there's either a full preterist or a partial preterist. Most people like to say partial preterist, but that's a partial preterist. Partial preterism means that all of let's just go with full preterism. All the prophecies came to pass. Okay. No, Jesus is not coming back for a second coming. He already came. And his mission coming down in the clouds was... Okay, so who bites the bullet? Who goes full preterist? That's the thing about the view. That's what's weird about the view. Because once you're a partial preterist, you're pretty much a full preterist. Because... Why? Because what prophecies are to come, right? You're saying I can point to one prophecy, say it was fulfilled. What stops me from what? Now, why can't I just say one prophecy was fulfilled? Why are you saying now I have to say all of them were? That doesn't make sense. Also, everyone will be a partial preterist. The premise of the religion is that some of the prophecies have been fulfilled. I think I'm a full preterist because I think full preterist doesn't make any sense at all. That guy's crazy. There's no way you're a full preterist. Under the Christian view, I am, yes. Okay, so you think every prophecy has been fulfilled? There have been no gaps of prophecy? About Jesus, yes. Okay. Wait, what does that mean about Jesus? You're saying Jesus fulfilled a whole bunch of prophecies before him? No, that he's not coming. He's not having a second coming. There's no second coming. There wasn't really a second coming. Okay, when was the second coming? The resurrection? Yes. Okay. Or 70 AD. That's it. What's 70? What, Paul? The destruction of the temple. Oh, okay. So his coming is either his resurrection or the destruction of the temple. That's it. Yes. Okay. The prophecies came to pass. Everything was completed. That's it. It's nothing to look forward to except this messianic age we were all living through. But once it's over, it's over. The messianic age?
meaning the biggest objection to being the full preterist is this doesn't seem to be the Messianic age.
It came to pass already.
Okay, so then why has there been the worst genocides ever since? In this Messianic age.
Which genocides?
Which genocides?
If Christianity is a real religion, they're going to be punished just like the Jews.
There shouldn't be punishment in the Messianic age. It should be of like a level of civility beyond the past.
All right, so this is the reason why.
Of course you bite the bullet and take on the full preterist view. That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, because
it's the weakest view.
Are you gonna just go and say, well, he didn't finish his mission, so he has to come back?
Yeah, well, what's your objection to their copium? Like they're waiting for a Messiah. What's your big problem with that?
The Christians are waiting for another Messiah?
No, they're waiting for the same Messiah. They feel like they've got a leg up because they have a full biography of the man that will come back. Right? But they're waiting for the same guy. They're still waiting for the Messianic age.
That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean? So, you think the Christians are not waiting for the Messianic age?
No, they can, but I just don't think it's practical.
I don't know. It served them well for the past 2,000 years.
But this is the issue, right?
And they've been like end times at different times. Paul thought the end was like 5 minutes away.
Yes. Yeah. Which was that generation, that's the reason why it should be.
Yeah, but Christianity moved beyond that because those guys, first of all, got themselves killed, and second of all, died out. Got replaced by the sustainable Christians.
Okay, so
that's so funny about Christianity, how much they reinvent themselves and say, yeah, this is us. We've always been like this.
Oh, that's the problem, right? No, I'm looking
back. Just like the Christian reinvention.
I'm looking back in time, and I'm starting to say to myself, like, I really feel this whole, like, because he didn't complete certain prophecies, that they're like, oh, well, he's going to come back. Right. I just think that's a cope. That's a complete cope.
It is.
If we read the early church fathers, right? Ignatius, right?
Yeah, they said he'll be back in like 10 minutes and he's going to do this.
Yeah. No, well, he said that the 6,000 year mark was going to be fulfilled, right? And it was only going to be 500 years after Christ came, and then that's it, the end of the world. And that came to pass, right? So now all the things that Ignatius was writing about, Revelation, like even the book of Revelation, things like that didn't happen.
Right.
So what do we do with all that? We just say, oh, well, oops, he's a farce. Then there's others that say, well, he was only going to reign for 1,000 years.
Okay.
Now it's been 2,000.
Yeah, it's been 2,000.
It's been 2,000. Okay. So shouldn't we really look at this? He's not coming back.
Or look at it differently. Meaning, like, within the founding doctrines of the people that started that church, they had an expiration date. They had 2 expiration dates, legitimate within their eyes. 500 and 1,000. Okay, so that was the end of the first church. After that, though, there's still followers that want to agree with Christianity and stuff, even though their reign has ended. So now they're just like bystanders. And then they get back in. What I'm saying is, naturally, they go back to the position where all of Christianity has always been, waiting for the Messiah. Right? First 500, 1,000 years, they're waiting for a specific date, specific Messiah, show up, do specific things. That didn't happen
cults, Christian cults, have started just from the Book of Revelation. I mean, look at the Muslims.
I'm from
They're
America.
like, oh yeah, the second coming of Christ. Yeah, the second coming of Christ. Like, look what we've done. We've created a monster. Don't you think? We should.
You're saying their whole end times prophecy created like a monster of cults.
Correct. And we should overlook. Right. We should actually look at this and say, okay, you know what? It's been this much time past. That used to be an old view. Let's kind of look at this. Let's.
What you're saying is kind of radical. You're trying to say
it is. It's just as radical as believing in a second coming.
You're saying being an honest church now means deleting Revelation prophecies.
Well, not deleting it, but looking at it.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna remove them from the book? Tell people you can't read this part of our sacred literature?
No,
Come on, man.
You can read it. No, you can read it, but just
you want to apocryphize it.
Well, look what the Jews did with Daniel.
Remove it from the canon. By the way, that'd be a move. It's not deleted. It's still there in the library. It's just not part of our holy, sacred, perfect book anymore. That'd be a move.
I think that could actually be a move.
It'd be a nice move. Yeah, if you just keep it on the shelf as oh yeah, this is with all the other apocrypha that we don't care about.
Well, that would be amazing, but
that'd be crazy if you put Revelations in there. What a coup! The world would be screaming. What are you talking about? Revelations?
Do you understand how important this book is to everybody? That's the problem. Because this is what entices people to read it. It's because it's an end-time prophecy. People love
You and I disagree about whether or not Christianity's simpliciter with their statues and their candles is idolatry. But you and I can agree that these crazy Christian cults predicting the end of the world and beseeching, demons and devils and end-time interpretations, those guys are cults. They're engaged in paganism. Stop that. That's at your fucking front door. Stop your own cults. We try to stop our cults.
Well, you're not very successful at it.
That's not true. We're fine with our cults. The most successful cults in Judaism are the Hasidic movements. And all of them are very successful. They have certain negative results that happen from cultish behavior in general. But they're good. I put them up against the Amish, against the Protestants, against the Catholics. I think they do good by their people.
However you want to say that. I mean, the cultural practices are pretty out there, though.
Mostly traditional and then Eastern European. They've also got a Sephardic influence. But the main thing is that they're stable in their approach. As a society, the way they interact with the world. And then you just look at the happiness quotients, how well.
What do you mean how they interact with the world? They don't even know. They only know Yiddish.
Meaning, as the world develops technologies,
you need interpreters to go out, and if they get into a car accident,
everyone needs interpreters. You need interpreters to talk to the non-English.
Stop it. You know what I'm talking about. If you get into an accident, they need to interpret. These people don't speak English that well. That's a radical cult.
With both.
It's a radical cult.
A radical cult like the Amish.
No, the people who believe in the Revelation. That's crazy. And there's a lot of
people that believe in the Revelation are trying to hide from the world. Hasidim wear uniforms and go out into the world.
Have you read Revelation?
No.
Have you read it? What is the point of us having children and having them prosper if we're just gonna eventually tell a generation
generation eventually that they're gonna suffer a torment and go to hell. Like, what the fuck?
Don't tell them that. That sounds wrong.
What do you mean don't tell them that? It's in the book.
Okay, you don't have to read that part of the book, right? It's apocrypha.
That's what I'm saying. We should call it Apocrypha. Yes. It should be like Second Ezra's.
Exactly. Right? That's older, more established, more legitimate. Apocrypha. Go away. Just give it, label it Apocrypha, wait a millennium, no one will care. You'll be much better off.
You know why I feel this way? I feel like at the end of this era, as we end this era, Christianity is gonna be reduced to
End which era? You're past 500 and 1,000. You're already in the post-end era.
That's according to you.
No, I'm saying according to you, your messianic age and sovereignty under God ended. And now you're just in this default state of maybe he'll restart it, give us another good miracle to keep running.
It will end, and I think it
already ended 1,000 years ago.
Christianity, it will be reduced down to the size of possibly the Jews. And I'm thinking that one of the other groups will prosper like Christianity.
You think that you'll reduce in numbers?
Yes. I think that they're gonna condemn the church like they did in 70 AD to the Jews.
I don't think Christianity is going to reduce in numbers. Maybe the Catholic Church.
No. Christianity as you know it. Maybe it's going to be a new, just like how
Christianity is already
just like it happened to the Jews. You see 70 AD? What happened to that?
Just like happened to the Jews.
What?
What that happened to the Jews do you think is going to happen to the Christians?
What? They were persecuted for many years, killed,
Christians?
thrown out. No.
I'm asking, when will that happen to the Christians and who will do that to them?
I don't know. Could be a new group.
Is Christianity like a replacement religion throughout all Western society?
It's gonna be another sect, like Christianity was to Judaism.
Isn't that just Islam?
No, Islam came in a weird time.
So?
I think a lot of Christians and Jews had something to do with that.
Oh yeah, you think it was a giant conspiracy of who started that cult?
I think it was like they hated Rome, they stole their land.
They probably did hate Rome, right? That was easy enough.
Persia also.
Yeah, there were two giant stupid empires that had been bullying the whole region forever.
Yeah, so people started militias. It's not.
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of an American story of like independence and liberty, pushing away from this empire that's detached.
Yeah, that would be my end time. That's all Revelation says to me.
Okay, so I'm saying if you think the natural end of Christianity is to be supplanted and replaced by a popular cult spin-off, you're looking at Islam, buddy. I feel like you gotta convert now.
No, I'm not converting.
You gotta leave your church. You gotta leave your church. You gotta leave your church into the future.
No way.
What? What's gonna be your faith then? You're gonna be another sack of Jews?
My other kids will convert. They'll convert. I'm not.
Oh, okay, so your kids will become Muslims.
Well, not Muslims, possibly this new group.
And what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and you're gonna be the Jew?
I'm gonna be dead.
No, I'm saying your position is you're sitting in the Jew position. You're saying, hey, that's my religion. You whippersnapper kids, you stole it and you did the wrong thing with it. But you're the future, so goodbye now, and then you're gonna die.
Well, that's kind of like what happened with Judaism, right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're putting yourself in the Jew chair, waving as the religions take over the world.
But what else are you gonna? What else could you do? It's just a cycle. Okay, so then you're saying the Muslims also are sitting there waving at the young whippersnappers that's going to take Islam and distort it again.
Obviously, if Islam's not working, that's naturally is going to happen. I'm not sure. If it's any.
Well, who are you to say when it is and is not working? The Muslims get to say when it's working and how it's working.
I'm just looking at it, as a pragmatic thing.
Oh, like with your pragmatic Christian philosophy? Is that what's going to replace Christianity?
No, it's my atheist eye. I'm going to say my atheist agnostic eye. Can I say that?
I guess. So that's the new center
What's that?
for the Christians. You're saying they can't maintain their position because of the supplanting cult of Islam, but now you can replace the Christianity with.
Well, we don't know. That's the whole thing. Like this new
agnostic atheism.
It could be amazing. A new religion, a new Moses, a new set of rules.
Oh yeah, you want to start a new religion? What's your new religion?
Well, the new religion.
Who are you inviting in? Who are you keeping out? That's what I want to know, Bart.
That's the crazy thing about the Bible, right? That there's probably prophecy in there. We just don't know it's prophecy yet. We just don't know. Many of them can be repurposed. The world is a weird place. That's the thing I ask you is like, how do you expect everything to stay the same if the Messiah came? Like, I get that you understand that now, and that's the case, but that's not going to be the case once something new happens.
What do you mean everything will stay the same? Isn't it depicted as the lion lying down with the lamb?
Okay. Who's the lamb? The lamb came from everybody.
Well, I think you're forgetting your biblical hermeneutical belt. Because you take the lion and the lamb literally.
Yes,
Where's the lion lying down with the lamb?
I don't know if that lion, they keep talking about that lion in Revelation again.
What would naturally happen with a lion and a lamb together?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, dessert would be after.
Right, the lamb would get eaten.
And then after dessert.
Which is to say, even when it makes sense for people to kill each other, that just doesn't happen. Right, meaning if you look at any of the prophecies for the Messianic age, it's pretty straightforward to claim it hasn't happened yet.
Oh no, it's happened.
Which makes you either, what would be the other, the anti-pederast?
Well, most people are. They do think that there's other prophecies to come.
Yeah, of course they're going to say
To be the lion. Right?
All you're doing is trying to aim for a metaphor, when, like, the simple basic metaphor stems from taking it literally. If we take it literally, lion eats lamb. If we superimpose that on human behavior for a measure of the Messianic age, a natural death that is understandable and justifiable in our minds wouldn't be occurring.
Well, just trying to think of this hypothetical. Is that he is the lamb. But it's hard to say that he was the king. Even though they have some lineage and prophecies that show he is the king. That's
You know why he wouldn't
reign as a king on earth.
Let me explain something. In this particular Messianic prophecy of the lion lying down with the lamb, satisfied. In that the entire essence of like the narrative weight of the story is in the lamb not dying. If the lamb dies, that's not a messiah. That's not a messianic age. The whole point of the messianic age is the lamb that doesn't die. Your messiah dies. That might be, but in the messianic age, the lamb doesn't die.
said they were from the old. And that are still being practiced today. About shares spoken yet. It's talking left. There. In the book anyway. For now.
to Chipotle, you go to the gym, you walk about 10,000 and more steps because you walk on the treadmill in your building while you're on Clubhouse.
Alright, fine, okay.
Okay.
You got so much stuff. But I can describe the interior, I can describe your bedroom.
Yes, you can.
Do you have a picture?
Respect, or you just being a slut.
No, not like that. I can
seems to me that if the Constitution stays as it is and people are still able to come in under the laws of America, that it won't be constrained to the definition of ethnicity. It seems like if you have a charter, if you have a constitution, a legal standard, then that's really what's defining it. All the ethnicity declarations and the racist definitions
side. Benjamin. I do not seem to be able to bring you up to the stage.
Mm-hmm.